振り向かないで宇宙の彼方に輝く星はアムロお前の生まれたふるさとだ覚えているかい少年の日のことを暖かいぬくもりの中で目覚めた朝をアムロ振り向くなアムロ男は涙を見せぬもの見せぬものただ明日へと明日へと永遠にアムロ振り向かないで宇宙の果てにきらめく星はアムロお前が捨てたふるさとだ忘れはしない少年の命かいを青春をかけ守り抜けこの幸せをアムロ振り向くなアムロ男は寂しさ隠すもの隠すものただ明日へと明日へと永遠に
Hello, chat. Welcome in. Hello, everybody. Hang on for a second. There we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Hang on for a split second. Hello, Lilac. How you doing today? Hello, Dreamers. How you doing? Also, hang on for a second. There we go. There we go. Alrighty. Just working nice. Let's go. So today we're gonna have a little bit of a double build stream because hello, how you doing, Dreamers? So yeah, so today we're gonna be building the Lupus Rex, the Barbados Lupus Rex. Let's see if I can raise that up a little bit. All right. So this was given to me by a very good friend of mine, and while I was on my trip, and after that, if we still have enough time, we're gonna do the there we go. There's all the stuff, and then afterwards we're gonna do the main event here, which is the ball. But yeah, that's pretty much what we're gonna be doing tonight. Yeah, the orb, the ball, the flying coffin, as it is called in lore, because it's pretty much what it says exactly on the tin. That is a ball mobile suit. And something else I wanted to show off. Something else that was given to me by said friend is also this. There we go. I'm always dropping shit. But yeah, so this is a Zaku head. This is the desert type Zaku that I also got from same said friend. It's really cool. I wanted to save the Barbados for stream and then just kind of have this build off to the side. So that way it is just standing there. In fact, actually what I'm going to do, There we go. Yeah, I will ponder the orb. I will ponder the orb. But yes, so we're gonna go ahead and crack these open. It shouldn't take a whole table. So it won't take the entire table, hopefully, but we go ahead and lay out the trays. And then we got stickers. We're not going to use the stickers. I'm anticipating graduation. Let's go. Alright. Proud of you for graduating. And, oh, hang on. I was like, why did music stop? So, going ahead and getting all of the trays out. I did not open this to panel line it. I graduated in June. Okay, let's go. That's right around the corner. Alright. It was in... Wait, hold up, what? Because it was in transition. Wait, what do you mean it was in transition? In fact, actually, damn, I am just. Oh, okay, gotcha. There we go. Okay, so in fact, actually, what we're gonna kind of do here is we're gonna go and panel line some of this stuff. See here, actually. Let me see if I can raise this up a little bit. I miss my little Elgato, but at the same time, it did what it needed to do. And also, I'm getting a new desk, which was funded by the community. So thank you all. But yes, so with the new desk, that should leave us with some more. That should leave us with some more space to do all these amazing things. There we go. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just panel line all these white bits. Oh, wait, hold up. Actually, before we get into that, hang on, I forgot one little thing. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now we got ourselves a little hobby table to build our Gunpla on. So we're gonna panel line these. Before we start actually building the main mobile suit itself. But yes, hopefully everyone is having a good day, and hopefully you guys are all gonna have a great weekend. I know if you're on like spring break, let me know what you're gonna be doing for spring break if you are if you're celebrating that. I know it's a little late in the game for spring break for some people, but there are some people who do spring break pretty late, actually. Ah, shit, hang on. These shins. Hang on, let me panel line these shins on this camera. It's just these are on like a very, very smooth curved surface. Had mine back in February. Nice. I think the school system that is near me, I think they're all done with their spring breaks. I could be wrong. Yeah, sorry that this webcam is not as high quality as the Elgato, but it gets the job done. There we go. But does anyone have like any have any fun plans for the summer? There we go. So when we get to all of the color correcting decals, we are what we're gonna do is that we're actually just gonna go ahead and straight up just paint instead of just using these decals, because everyone knows that decals you get from these kits are not the best in the world. There we go. You're so golden. I don't wanna be alone. Oh shit. You're so golden. There we go. You're so golden. You're so golden. And I'm out of my head and I know that. Also, can you guys hear the music all right? Or is it too I cannot speak today. Or is it a little too soft for you guys? I know that you're scared because I'm so open.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That these are like non-skippable ads. You know, actually, let me see something. There we go. That should probably. Also, we're about to have an ad break here in a little bit. Hang on for a split second here, Chad. Hang on for a split second. Okay. So, and then pen line this other side. Oops. Let me go back and fix that. There we go. And let me look at the other pieces real quick. See which other pieces need to be paneled. So probably just the yellow pieces, and then we'll actually start building this thing. So yeah, this Gundam comes from a really good series. It's called Iron-Blooded Orphans. It's kind of like the final upgraded form of the main Gundam. So if you have not checked out Iron-Blooded Orphans, I do highly recommend watching it. There we go. And then we'll get these little knee parts. So let's see here. Probably need to get a new Gundam marker here soon. And then we'll just get some of these whenever... Yeah, we'll just get some of these whenever it's time to actually, like, put this thing together. This is just to kind of, like, get most of the panel lines. That's done. I think this is a shoulder pad by the looks of it. Also, we are now on an ad break for those who are not subscribed. So, gives us enough time to, you know, get some snacks or something like that. This is actually a kit that I have wanted for a very, very hot while. It's just, it kind of sucks that this thing doesn't have like a master grade counterpart. Or at least like a 1 to 100 scale grade. Like I'll even take like a 1 to 100 scale no grade. It's just mostly I just collect like master grades, but no, like this is great. At least I have the Lupus Rex, which is actually my favorite. It is actually like my favorite form of the Barbados. Funny enough. There we go. So then just get right in there. Right in there. All right. So we're almost done with this tray. Oops. But yeah, so we're almost done paneling this whole tray here, so just a few more pieces to go. And then we should be done, because I think this is the crotch. And then just recently they announced the Master Grade Vidar, and that is a mobile suit that I have been like obsessing over the past like couple of weeks now. Okay. We'll just get these little areas. And then we'll probably get some of these shoulder bits later on when we actually like build it. Yeah, you guys probably can't see it because the zoom on here is not the best in the world, unfortunately. Also, so for tomorrow, chat, for tomorrow's stream, I'll probably do something a little different. So what I want to do, and hopefully my friend Dino Diego will be done with a little video project that both me and him are working on. Hang on for a second. Let's see here. Vibing. Vibing might be back on my TV history bullshittery again. UK television. Oh, okay. Also, how you doing, Takumi? What kind of history is it? Like, what kind of UK history? But yeah, so yeah, me and my friend Dino Diego, we are doing a little hang on. So we're doing like a little video project, and it's going to be dinosaurs in suitmation, and I have a little segment in the video that I'm actually quite proud of, because I'm slowly but surely getting used to the sound of my voice. And I've been I'm not gonna lie, I've been kind of watching my part over and over, just, again, because normally I don't like the sound of my own voice. I actually kind of hate it. I think I sound absolutely atrocious. But this little video project that we're doing is kind of breaking down that wall, sort of. And I'm slowly but surely getting used to my voice. The obscure stuff like CFX, I have no idea what CFX is. Digital Labs and the Digital Switchover campaign. Oh, gotcha. I still don't know what like CFAX is. But that sounds interesting, though. Oh, and then we get these little segments. And then we should be good to go. It's telecast service. Oh, gotcha. Alright, so with that being said, we are now done with at least the white pieces. So now, and let me do this real quick. So now we get to do the yellow pieces and trim the horns. There we go. Okay. In fact, actually, let me do something real quick with the crest. Where is it? There we go. Let's see, one of the building blocks of the early internet. Ooh, that looks nice. So what I'm doing right now is that I'm just kind of sharpening at least these horns for the Lupus Rex. There we go. Let's see. And then what I'm gonna do is take that. ITV's BBC rival telecast service tool, and their name is Oracle. Cool. So it sounds. So I take it that you're like really interested in like British stuff. There we go. Mainly British television. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of knowledge about British television. Just was never really my cup of tea, so to speak. There we go. There we go. But yeah. No, like, that actually sounds really interesting. Hang on real quick. Let me see something. Ah, shit. There we go. And then going to just line these. Because I know with British television, they had weird censorship issues in the hang on, let me take these and do them off camera. So they did have some weird censorship issues in the not late 90s, but like the 80s and 90s, to where they couldn't say certain things, like say apparently ninja was one of them. They just couldn't say ninja on television, so things like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, they had to sit there and say like I think it was like Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. And the same thing goes for like Beast Wars back in the day. So they couldn't say Beast Wars. They had to say Beasties. Which is bizarre, but okay, so now we have that done. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to get into... So now we're going to get into the actual kit itself. So let me go ahead and fold this real quick. Let me go ahead and fold this real quick. There we go. Yeah, so they had to say like things like beasties. instead of Beast Wars. It was strange, but that's neither here nor there. So we need C7. So C7 and B8. So that would be this. Okay, so this is the start of the face. Okay. So I need 2. 2 is... Oh, 2 is the... Wait, hang on. Let me see here. Let me pull out... God, my... There we go. So I'm pulling out my Abaddon Black for this one. So let me pull out my little pinpoint brush. I need new brushes. Mine are looking kind of scary. Woo! Okay, that was close. So that whole section is black. So we got ourselves some Abaddon Black to paint this whole area. Also, we're about to have an ad break here soon. Let me paint this real quick. There we go. So we'll paint that. And if that doesn't work, chat, then we'll just use the sticker. I'm trying really hard not to use these stickers, because the stickers are not the best. Unless if I have to, because for the eyes, right? I might just use the stickers because they are smaller. Where's 8? Oh, 8's this. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. So we have... So this is basically like the start of the chest. So flip that over. And then we're going to need polycaps. Now, obviously things like the... I guess you could call it like the tail anchor. We'll be using Gundam markers. Just because it is of a wider area. Okay, so I need another polycap. Does this have another polycap? Does this have it? Does this have enough? Oh, B. I thought it was saying polycap. I'm fucking stupid. Don't mind me, chat. I'm fucking stupid. So B8. No, actually, no, I need B14. I am dyslexic as fuck. I don't know my numbers. Yeah, I don't know my numbers, chat. This is why I'm a VTuber. This is actually a really good version. Hey, Will, how are you doing? We are building, so we're actually doing a double Gunpla build. We are working on the Barbados Lupus Rex, which was given to me by a very good friend of mine. I'm glad you're doing good. Well, welcome in. Make yourself at home. We're going to be here for a little bit. Yeah, we'll be here for a little bit. So. Damn, just got hit by an ad. Yeah, they do happen. There we go. Make sure that's all nice and collapsed. And then A. Well, luckily, the ad breaks are not as long, so... But they do need to happen. And then this is a spinal piece. You know what? Actually, hang on. I'm going to make this pretty. So, don't mind me. I'm just going to dig through. There we go. We're going to use the Race Studio paint markers. Also, welcome back from Ad Break Baby Jail for those who were sent to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, so we're going to use Race Studio. Let's see here. So, Race Studio paint markers. But yes, make yourself at home. If you are new here. Hey Rama, how you doing? Give me the posture check and the hydration. Hang on, I get that here in a little bit. I might hang on. Let me minimize myself real quick so that way you guys can see what I'm doing. There we go. All right. All right. So then we're gonna take that. Yeah, because right now we're going to try to make the Barbados Lupus Rex all forms of pretty because this was given to me by a very special friend. And I want her to see how pretty this Gundam is when I finish it. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Doing good? Nice. Let's go. All right. So, ooh. Ah. And yes, this stream is sponsored by Advanced GG. If you use my referral code, it'll take you directly to the website. And if you use my code GRARLGG10 at checkout, you do get 10% off on all online purchases. There we go. And we pull out. Let's see, what would be a good color? familiar. I don't know what that is, but that sounds kind of cool. Hang on, let me see something. Okay, so it's just like the same color as the plastic. Neither do I, just like the design. Oh, I got you. So, let's crank out this one real quick. I'm gonna put a lot of extra effort into this kit. Just because it was given to me. It was given to me by someone very special. So I am going to make this very as pretty as I can. There we go. That actually looks really good. Now that I look at it, that actually looks really, really good. Pat myself on the back. Ah, shit. You know, pat myself on the back. That looks really good. So we're gonna set that off to the side. So now we're going to need... Hang on, let me check something about the Lupus Rex. Let me see here. Lupus Rex. No. The Machinations. Ah, here we go. Okay. Yeah, because I'm going to try to paint as much as I can on this kit. So I'm trying to get a lot of like close-up shots of the actual mobile suit. Okay. As some of those thin, upraised curved details that are I painted. Oh yeah, I always hate like curved stuff when it comes to painting. Okay, so I need. So this one's just mostly the B tray. So B3. So it's the Tekadon sigil. So the Tekadon sigil and C23 is this. Ah, it was the piece that we almost popped out. Oh, that's cool. It actually comes with the molded in detailing. That's actually really nifty, if I do say so. There we go. Hang on. Ah, this thing doesn't want to get in. Come on, get in your hole. Hang on, chat. Hang on, give me a second. Alright, why does this not wanna... No, that's correct. It just, this piece does not want to go in properly. And it's very, very thin. Yeah, this piece is very, very thin, and I'm trying really hard to not break it. Okay. Well, that's about as close as you're gonna get. Found that the Mr. Hobby Maker blah 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 has a marker for each one, mostly useful for those details. Oh, I gotcha. Neat. So. Oh wait, no, stupid. You still got a few more steps. I got ahead of myself here. Alright. And then B30. So B30 is... Which one's B30? This little yellow piece. Yeah, because right now I am perfectly satisfied with the Ray Studio paint markers. Yeah, I'm pretty content with those. There. I was kind of expecting it because it seems to be a repaint. Alright, let me see what this is. Let's see what this is. Oh, okay. Now I see what it looks like. I mean, it looks okay. I mean, it's something I would probably pass on. But I mean, like, it looks cool, but I would need to know more about it if I were to pull the trigger. Hi, Sarah, how you doing? Let me give you a shouty real quick. How are you doing, Sarah? I gotta like kick down your door and say hi. Hi Jay, how you doing? I need to kick down your door, Sarah, and we need to hang out sometime. Hang on, let me give Jay a shout out. There we go. And then shout out. Let's see, one of these days, man. Yeah, I know. Like seriously, we need to like hang out again. But I know like life has been busy for both of us. I know that. Oh, you fucking whore, Twitch. Get bent. Twitch is stinky with shoutouts. Like, Sarah, if you aren't busy, you're more than welcome to pop in and hang out. Like, and the same thing goes for you, Jay. If you, there you are.
Bust door down. Kick Grarl in the butt.
I was gonna say, like, if you weren't busy, you can jump in too.
You're muted, butt.
Oh, hang on. Oh, for a second. There we go. Much better. Remove you.
I have come here to annoy you for a good couple minutes before I decide, hey, you know what? I have to go play games with friends.
Oh, nice. What are you gonna play?
I have no clue. They usually don't decide until we're all in VC.
Is it gonna be for a stream, or are you just guys just hanging out?
I'm pretty much the only one that streams except for this other dude. He streams, but he usually just plays a lot of Mario-based games or like Nintendo games. So
I was gonna say, how do you feel about the whole Nintendo stuff?
honestly, I have conniptions with it.
I do too.
Mostly because every other game console I know does this annoying thing, is where they make a new console. But the worst thing about Nintendo is they don't do forward
Backward compatibility.
They don't do backward compatibility. So a lot of their games, newer games, are designed around the new console. They never like make games for specifically the older version.
Yeah, and it's always fucking annoying.
Yeah, and especially if they like right now, one of the biggest sellers for the Switch 2 is that they got their own version of a
Bloodborne
Souls-like game. Yeah,
it's like Bloodborne basically.
Yeah, and that's annoying me as hell because that's the only reason why people are probably gonna end up buying the Switch 2.
Oh, absolutely.
It's because of the goddamn Souls-like game.
Because look, you throw in something like, oh, I don't know, like a Souls game made by From Software, you're gonna get butts in the seat.
Yeah, definitely.
To me, it's just the pricing is what's making me get cold feet.
Also, they seem to have this problem allowing certain features not to be payable. For example, the only way you can actually access like their online like chatability thing is to pay for it.
That's stupid.
Yeah, that's
legitimately
Nintendo for you. See, I tried to talk to my friend about this because he is a Nintendo fanboy. Like he spends most of his time playing a lot of Nintendo games, and it seems like Nintendo kind of got his like claws into them.
Yeah, he's like a whale basically.
And he honestly will be on the side of Nintendo a lot, and it's a little weird like a conversation with him because he does have this idea that don't get me wrong, he'll complain about when it needs to be complained, but for some odd reason Nintendo with like the consoles, they can't do wrong with them that often.
Yeah, and hang on, I am like in hyper focus mode with the eyes.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Oh no, because like Gunpla eyes are always the most nerve-wracking part about these kits. Because you need like the precision of a fucking sergeant half the time.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
Anyway, so my thing is that they're offering like these really cool upgrades. It's like, well, for those who don't have, or for those who have like this game on a previous console, you can upgrade it. It's like, yay! But it's like but the thing that I don't like is that they're not saying how much the upgrades are.
So far, the pricings of the console has been out.
Right? No. The pricing of the console is not what I'm talking about. So during the
you're talking about like
so during the direct, they were saying like for those who have not Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild, right? Mm-hmm. So for those who have Breath of the Wild and you wish to upgrade to the Nintendo Switch version of the game, you can with an upgrade. With the purchase of an upgrade, it's like, oh, that's nice. But the thing is like they don't tell you how much the upgrade is.
Yeah, and a lot of people are complaining about that. They're probably going to increase the prices for a lot of games because...
Oh, they already are.
Oh, yeah. And this is annoying the hell out of me because I'm going to be honest with you. Breath of the Wild is not that intensive of a game. It is not that groundbreaking. A lot of people...
So what you're saying is that the game is like, you're not that guy.
Yeah, you're not okay. So
You're not that guy,
want
Pat.
to know if
You're not that
you want
guy.
to know a little fun fact about Breath of the Wild?
It's not it. The breath is not very wild.
No, the game is not that groundbreaking at all. To be honest, it is so much like low end game. So let's take another open world game, San Andreas.
Yeah.
That was on the PSP, right?
San Andreas? No, that was PS2.
The PS2. It was
Yeah.
open world, right?
Yeah.
You could explore and do all this shit. When was that game released?
2000 and I want to say 2003, 2004.
Yes. That is the level I would suggest Breath of the Wild is.
I mean, in Breath of the Wild, to be fair, you can go just about anywhere.
Well, yeah, it doesn't mean it's an expand like a really good version of an open world game, because the reason why it's okay. So here's a fun fact: the game has what we call close proximity rendering, which means that characters have to be only render after a certain distance.
Right.
And that's what I mean, is like the game itself is already so low end under the open world category. And this game had some troubles with the PS2, not PSP, the Switch.
Yeah.
Like there were some problems with loading issues, like you get frame rate drops in certain locations, yada yada yada.
Yeah. And yes,
So that
we do know that Breath of the Wild was for the Wii. Yes, we do know that.
Yeah, we do know that, and it still had struggles with the Switch, which was supposed to be an upgrade from the Wii.
Correct.
So think about that. And they're asking you to now pay for another upgrade for a game that you already own, instead of letting you actually be able to put the cartridge into the game and play it.
Yeah, it's not really good. It doesn't look good for Nintendo, to be honest.
It's a scummy
And-
practice. It means they're basically
it
saying,
is.
This is why I'm not a big fan of Nintendo. They force you to essentially buy a new console just to play new games.
Yeah.
It still doesn't matter. That's basically the retail value of the game already.
I've heard wait, hang on. Rama saying that I've heard that the Switch 2 upgrade is going to be $20. I would need to see proof.
Same, and that's also the retail value of what you could probably buy a new copy of Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, because if it's $10 to $20, the math isn't mathing with that claim, because the games themselves are like $90. So, and I'm wondering if this is going to be like $90, $70, $80 to just upgrade.
And also,
because with that you might as well just buy the game all over again.
yeah, and also think about this. Why are we paying to play a game on a new version, like a new device? Every game has forward kind of like capabilities. Like you can actually bring your game over to the next version.
Well, and there was other things as well. Because they were talking about like the whole like digital card kind of deal. So with digital card, it's like, oh hey, you can rent games off of this one console or lend it to another person. It's like, yeah, it's called just transfer the fucking game.
I understand.
We're not going off of by rumors. We need like actual, like concrete, like facts. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
that's what we're trying to get at here.
I wouldn't care if they made the upgrade free. Like, there's no reason they can't make it a free upgrade.
Right. But the thing
Just
is that do they want to?
See, yeah, that's another thing. It's like they are so in their own mindset to think that they are allowed to do this is what pisses me off.
Right,
Because
and it's
people are gonna
it's
just,
corporate greed. That's what it is.
yeah. And people are just gonna keep doing like buying this shit. They're gonna keep on being like, hey, oh, this is nothing wrong with it. I don't see no wrong with it. Dude, if any other company did this, people complain about microtransactions in games. Why aren't they complaining about like just a simple graphical update, which can just be easily done by just updating the game itself?
Well,
you already have the ability to go online and do it.
Well, and the other thing right now is that Nintendo is getting completely and utterly obliterated right now. Because people are, guess what? Because people are not fucking happy with the way that they're going. And Nintendo, I can easily see this game, right? I can easily see this game being like the Wii U. Where it didn't do very well. And it will die a very slow and painful death if they don't straighten out their asses and fix this issue. Because, and the other thing is that I'm also looking at this, and someone brought this up, is that Nintendo has always been marketed as like the family console, right? So a lot of consumers of Nintendo products are, guess what, families. They have kids. And you're asking, this is gonna get good. So you're asking parents to justify to pay for a $100 game, a $100 game. And it's not a game that comes with an expansion. It doesn't do anything. That is literally just the base game. I would justify it if it was just like, oh well, it's $100, but it's also like a bundle, right? It's a bundle with like the base game, the expansion, or the the expansion packs, or what have you.
I just find it annoying because I don't really buy like Nintendo products unless I actually have to.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I buy them is because they're the only game that is not on any other platform. Not even on Steam, not on like any other game.
Is the Soul game?
Pokemon.
Oh no, that too.
It's Pokemon, and that's the only reason why I ever buy Nintendo products, because Pokemon is one of the few games I actually enjoy from their Capture Monster franchise.
Yeah.
And now they're making you, forcing us to pay for another device just to play a new one that's coming out, and I'm just like, do I really want to buy the next Pokemon and buy another Switch just to play the next Pokemon?
Well, actually, I think it's coming out on the original Switch too.
Oh,
yeah.
I guarantee you, they're gonna say that, but then all of a sudden they're gonna switch their minds and be like, "Oh no, we're gonna put it on the Switch too because it has better, better software."
Well, sure, but also, it's also going to be on the original Switch as well. So, if you've missed out on or if you just want to get it on your Switch, you can. So,
I really hope so, because at the end of the day, I generally just want to.
I just want a good Pokemon game. I'm gonna be honest. I just want a good Pokemon game.
They've been trying a lot recently, especially with the expansion of Scarlet and Violet. They did really well.
I did not like Scarlet and Violet.
I mean, it did have a weird, like, you have to know where to go to do things. Like, you actually needed to figure out how the chain of events goes, but I did like the open world aspect of it, and
I did too.
I like the open world aspect. It's just the designs of the Pokemon and the story. I'm just like, okay, this is kind of boring.
I mean, I enjoyed the story. It felt like an actual, like, story, like an actual, like, you're just enjoying yourself as a kid in school. But
Well,
Which I understand that it's not for everyone, especially when we like this entire time we played as a trainer that his main purpose is to just go out on their own adventure.
Off. Well, and my thing is like, so Sword and Shield was kind of like the games that made me just get all bent out of shape and burned out about Pokemon. Because like with Sword and Shield, I was like, I have like zero fucks about what the hell is going on. Like I got to, I think, the desert gym, and I was like, I don't care. I'm like,
to be fair,
whatever's going on, I don't care. Whatever your plight is, I don't care. What were you saying?
I was gonna say with Sword and Shield, it was weird because it was just too much of an unusual thing they were trying to do. They were trying to put too much of UK into a Pokemon region.
Well, and the thing is that if they wanted to do that, they could have done a lot with it. There's so many things they could have done with it. It's just they didn't, and they kind of just pooped on it. And it's even with like the fossil Pokemon, I was extremely disappointed with the fossil Pokemon.
Also, I need to correct you about something from yesterday. You said on your stream about the whole Tarbosaurus is just an Asian Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I mean, it kind of is. I mean, like, I know it's not. I know
Did
it's
you
not.
actually look at? Have you actually looked at the fossil?
Yeah.
So,
I know what a Tarbosaurus is.
well, the one thing people get confused about is that it is just an Asian Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is not true, since Tarbosaurus actually has a more unique head structure compared to Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Right. I'm just saying, like, in like a broad like spectrum to explain to those who may not know too much about dinosaurs.
True. Like, don't get me wrong. It's better off this compared to a very commonly known dinosaur versus an actual like known what the animal is. You want to know a fun fact? Head to body ratio. Tarbosaurus has a bigger head than Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Right, but also the T-Rex is kind of like a weird outliner in that it is basically just muscle.
Oh, definitely. Especially with like the, you were talking about this yesterday when you were doing your shatter burst thing.
Yeah, the little April Fool's thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, with the discovery of that new membrane to the jaw, we actually found out that there is a possibility that these animals might have had a more developed jaw structure than most animals on the planet.
What, dinosaurs? Or I should
Yep.
say non-avian dinosaurs?
Non-avian dinosaurs.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually really cool.
Yeah. So humans do already have that same muscle in our own jaw,
Yeah.
which is the lateral muscle, which is this muscle right here that connects our jaw to the top of our skull.
Right.
And it goes under our back of our eyelids. There's like a little slot that goes right here, connects to our cheekbones, and then connects to our
I'm just
top of our
imagining
head.
you like just tracing your jaw while talking.
I am.
About
I'm
this.
actually doing that right now. I was doing that. I was like, So
I mean,
the
I
discovery,
do too.
yeah, with the discovery of that muscle or the ability to that attachment, we realized that a lot of animals might have actually had a quicker bite than we previously thought.
A quicker bite, yeah. I mean, I would imagine some did. Like, I would imagine things like Carnotaurus probably did, because Carnotaurus basically is like, what if a dinosaur basically just focused entirely in the speed department?
A cheetah, basically. It turned into a cheetah.
It's more of like a cheetah, but with like a bite of, or no, it could like split its jaw like a snake or something like that.
It's so weird when you think about it. So with Tyrannosaurus Rex, we might have found out that. So here's a fun fact: crocodiles don't have this.
Right.
So that's already a given notice because we can hold their jaws closed.
Yeah.
They don't have this muscle. That's why it's so significant. This muscle allows them to open their jaws like up and down real fast and have the strength to open them wide. So these things are what like non-avian dinosaurs will have the capability of not having their mouths shut, like be able to be shut. This is why this is so significant in the understanding of their biology.
So
It
they wouldn't be
means
able to
that-
like shut their mouths? Is what you're saying?
Oh no, they would be able to shut their mouths. That's the thing. This is the muscle that like allows you to keep your mouth shut and open it fast.
Oh, gotcha. And I can't imagine like the sound those things would make, because even with things like crocodiles and alligators, hell, even like snapping turtles, when they bite down fast, you hear a loud pop.
Yes. If you really want to know how it might have sound, just listen to a dog when it closes its mouth.
Oh, I
fast.
know. Oh, I know. I have a husky. I hear the teeth clacking all the time.
Yeah, that is probably the closest you're gonna get, since now there's been scientific evidence to support that all dinosaurs technically had lips, except for maybe the beaked ones like Ceratopsians.
I would say maybe
Iguanodontids,
even like Spinosaurus probably didn't have lips.
Well, we don't know for sure, because due to the fact that the more we learn, there's a possibility that Spinosaurus did have lips. It was just weird coverage more than actual, just like anything else, like every reptile has.
Right.
The reason why we assume that they don't have lips is because of their crocodile-like mouths.
Yeah, because
But-
like their jaws have like all those little like bumps and stuff like that, or pits like you would see on a crocodile.
See, that's another misconception, because Tyrannosaurus Rex also has those.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they have lip coverage too, because you can tell by the teeth when
Right.
they become fossilized, because there'd be like darkened patterns on their teeth to show that, oh, this thing actually had lip coverage.
Yeah, no, I can see the T-Rex had lips.
It's just harder to find in Spinosaurids, because a lot of them are found in like terrible locations to keep their fossils preserved.
Let me see here. I'm dreaming of Wait, what dragon? Dude, what?
I'm dreaming of enough.
I'm dreaming of April. Wait, what?
I'm dreaming of a white April, like the ones I used to know.
Also, hi Dubs, how you doing? But yeah, no, like I could definitely see like, and I also do believe that like, yes, T-Rex did have lips. Like,
Oh yeah.
like there's no like doubt about it. They did have lips.
Also, you know that thing I said to you on your April Fool's stream, right?
Yeah.
The lips being infected.
Wait, what?
So there was a study about one paleontologist trying to defend the exposed teeth Tyrannosaurus Rex,
I mean,
saying that having lips would have meant that they will been biting into their lips and cause massive infections in their mouths.
I can't see that.
Yeah, and I look at them like this was a paper kind of defending, you know, oh, their generic theme park monster Tyrannosaurus Rex, because there are paleontologists still biased to the idea that Tyrannosaurus Rex are like
Like what?
monsters more than actual animals.
I can't. No, I would say they're more of just like animals. Like, yeah, no, like a lipless T-Rex is cool. I'm not gonna sit there and say like, no, like that looks dumb. No, a lipless T-Rex looks cool. Same thing with like featherless dinosaurs. They look cool. But you also got to look at the reality, and that yes, dinosaurs had feathers. Dinosaurs had lips. You get over it. Cry about it, bitch.
I feel like Dragon has now experienced what snow in April was for the first time.
Oh, it's snowing in April. Wait, what?
Look at my own time, my own area. We get snow till May.
That's so weird.
You Southerners with your 4 seasons. I only get 2, and that is
4.
winter and road construction.
4. are you talking about? Well, yeah, we do get 4 seasons. It's just hot, hotter as hell, and then maybe cold.
I have yet to find a place that actually experiences all 4 normal seasons.
So fun fact though about Florida is that it does get cold. Like up here up here in northern Florida, it actually does get very cold. Like we're talking about now, it's nothing like say it's nothing like say like northern winter, but over here, especially like over here, it gets to like 18 degrees.
Mm.
And it happens quite a bit.
Looks at my negative 60-degree weather.
Well, yeah, you guys over there, live in fucking winter wonderland.
It is not a wonderland, I will tell you that. There's a saying up here. It's not the cold that gets you, it's the wind.
Oh yeah, no, like wind chill is a bitch.
Oh, definitely. Also, I'd rather deal with dry heat versus humidity. Humidity is shit.
God, oh my god, yes.
Ugh.
Like humidity is awful, especially when it's cold. It makes it even worse. Like it doesn't even it doesn't even need to be cold. It just needs to be like slightly chilly, humid, and then have a wind chill just for an added measure of disrespect.
Also, I think C-Dubs wants to see a Tyrannosaurus Rex kiss each other.
That
Sorry, I keep reading that comment.
No, that would be cute though. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, hang on.
I live up Canada. Oh.
See here, I live in Canada. We had a snowstorm that shut down the city for 3 weeks and exams. Oh my god.
Where do you live in Canada
that snows that much?
Yeah, because any part that I live, because I live right next to the Canadian border.
Wait, hold up. When you got stuck in a snowstorm and they had to, cancel everything, were they going, "Oh, sorry"?
Well, sorry there, mate. Buddy, old pal.
I will say this, and I was like researching about like World War I and World War II shit.
Yeah.
Canadians are terrifying.
Yeah, this is the reason why they are the ones who started the Geneva Conventions. It was mostly because of them.
Yeah, because it's like I remember watching a video, and it was just like in World War I, the dead spoke Russian, the wind spoke Native American, and the Canadians didn't say sorry.
Oh, sorry there, bud.
Sorry there, mate. Sorry you had to die like that.
Oh, sorry there, bud.
Yeah, because it's like
every time I think of a Canadian, I think of the moose from Brother Bear.
I think of the Canadians from South Park.
I'm not your buddy, pal. I'm not your pal, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy.
I also love the song Uncle Fucker.
Oh, God.
Shut your fucking face, Uncle Fucker.
I honestly want to watch South Park again just to see those two again.
And I like how they were farting and they're like, "Oh my god, that's disgusting." And then someone's just like, "Well, what do you expect? They're Canadian."
We better make fun of Canadians too much because they kind of control the majority of the lumber right now.
They do. And also, one of my best friends, she's Canadian.
I'm honorary Canadian because I live right next to the Canadian border.
Where I'm living, I'm gonna be like near Canada.
I only live like 3 miles away from the Canadian border.
I was like joking around with my friend Vanessa, and I was telling her, I'm like, we need to meet at Niagara Falls and start screaming at each other.
Oh wait, you guys gonna do that meme where what's your name? What is your name?
Or it's like
Ezekiel.
It's like
Ezekiel.
It's like, good morning, my neighbors. Hey, fuck you. Yes, fuck you too. Have you ever seen that?
Oh, they live in Newfoundland.
Oh, I live in Newfoundland. Well, see, I don't like Newfoundland because it's false advertisement.
Because it's not Newfound.
Yeah, it's been there for a while. It's inhabited. It's been inhabited for quite some time. It's not Newfoundland.
It's been inhabited for 37,000 years.
Also, did you see? Speaking of like ancient stuff, did you see that they found a new therizinosaur?
Oh yeah, the species of therizinosaur that only has 2 claws.
Duonicus.
Yep.
Therizinosaurs are just weird.
There's a lot of dinosaurs that are just weird.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but like therizinosaurs to me have always been like some of the weirdest ones. No, actually, no, I take it back. The Psittacosaurs are always the fucking weirdest.
Yeah. Especially you also know how their privates look now.
Yeah, they're like, I think the only dinosaur where we can literally see their buttholes.
I wouldn't say the only dinosaur we know about it, because we actually have done research in Stegosaurus anatomy.
I hate that.
And honestly, it is like one of the weirdest concepts to. I don't know if you ever actually seen a scientific paper on this. They actually got an artist to draw the genitalia of a Stegosaurus.
You know, I would love to be a fly on the wall for that particular meeting.
You have no idea what they go over half the time.
It's like, sir, we need you to draw a dinosaur. Oh, nice. What is it? Oh, it's a Stegosaurus. Okay, good. That's fine. Yeah, we need you to draw their butthole and genitalia. Why? Oh, no reason.
So the research was on how they would have made it, because the back plates would have caused so much problems for them.
Well, yeah, I would imagine they would have to come in from like, I don't know, like sideways.
Yep. So the study was based on the idea that they actually have a tentacle dick. That's the best way I can describe it.
Rule 34 artists, you know what to do.
It was based on the same concept of ducks.
I could see that. Like, in all honesty, I could see that. God, I love paleontology, because we're sitting here just like thinking about, oh yes, they have a tentacle dick. Oh yes, this seems plausible.
It's weird. I like how your viewership jumped as soon as we were talking about this shit.
I mean, look, talking about peepees, really brings in the numbers.
Oh, definitely. It seems like a common thing with VTubers these days.
Well, and also things like, say, like T-Rexes. Apparently, T-Rexes had like a 3-foot penis.
Are you looking at that song?
What?
There was a scientifically accurate Barney.
No, I read that in a paper actually.
So
I know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm still trying to confuse why YouTube allowed this thing on the internet, like on their platform.
It's YouTube.
I think it's because they only showed like a 0.5 seconds of it.
I do like how those songs about like scientifically accurate versions of something, they always somehow, some way manage to mention a penis.
Oh, definitely.
Like Sonic the Hedgehog. They were mentioning how hedgehogs eat poop. Tails would have eaten Sonic. Oh, and also echidnas have 4-headed penises.
Ain't biology fascinating?
Biology is a creepy and a weird place. I want to go home.
Not very much so.
I just want to be like the poor bastard who had to draw the stego PP. Just sitting in the corner like, so, just imagine like being that person's wife and just be like, so honey, what'd you do today? I drew a stegosaurus PP.
He's just like shocked, and he's just holding a cup of coffee and being like,
my God, what?
Stegosaurus PP.
It's just like, my God, what have I done? Let me see here. But no, like that, I've always, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, even as like a little kid, I've always wondered like, how do stegosauruses fuck?
See, that was the study.
Hell,
It's
how
an
do
old study now.
ankylosaurs fuck? That is the bigger question.
Probably the same method, since the ankylosaurs are technically a derivative of
Stegosaur, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, there was a research paper I saw, and they were talking about glyptodons and Doedicurus. And they were like, whoa, and new research studies have shown that they do, in fact, use those clubs for weapons. It's like, and they use it against each other. It's like, you don't fucking say.
Oh, definitely. A morning star of a tail being used just for display? Unperceivable.
I mean, while you're at it, might as well just make an Ikakalaka.
Ikalak.
I just like that sword. It is a really cool sword.
Well, there's a species, I do remember there's a species of weird ankylosaur. Or
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. They're like a South American species.
Yeah, it has an Ikalaka tail.
That's cool as hell. Also, apparently there is a species of ankylosaur that apparently could swim.
Oh yeah, Mimmi, I think the name of it is. Or another species.
It gives me an idea, and it involves Honeysaur.
What you gonna do? You gonna throw Honeysaur into a river and see if she can swim?
Yeah. It's like, honey, you could swim, right? Like, wait, what? Yeah, they're just asking. Can you swim by chance? No real reason. I'm just curious. Throws her in the lake.
Dang it, Growl!
It's like, are you gonna give her any floaties? What's a floaty?
There has been research done on ankylosaurs' swimming habits. Mm-hmm. One of the biggest ones is that they might have been like hippos.
I can see that.
Where they don't actually swim, but just walk on the bottom of the water.
I can see that.
Yeah.
And because water makes everything like really fucking weird, in that if you're kind of fat and big, you kind of just float, and if you're scrawny, you kind of just sink.
You want to know the reason why?
Yeah, buoyancy.
Yeah, buoyancy is the main reason.
Oh, I know, but it's still though, like, I still find it kind of funny.
It is kind of funny when you think about it. Science-wise, it makes a lot of sense because bigger you are, more surface tension you take up. Smaller you are, less surface tension you take up.
So, I could make a queso joke with that one. So that's why people confuse queso for a mini island when he goes to the beach.
Oh God! At him!
Do you know of queso?
Oh, I do know of queso. He's a very popular not VTuber, streamer who's well known for his like being called saying like a bunch of fat jokes on stream.
He takes it with fucking pride. I love that about him.
He puts on an act. We all know he puts on an act when he gets angry about it, for sure. Because a lot of this stuff is just hilarious to hear, and I am surprised how well self-confident it is. Because if you actually look at Queso, he doesn't have a fat body.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he actually does.
Well, not a fat body. Like it's muscle fat by the look of it.
No,
you can tell,
no, it's actual fat. Like he's
actual fat.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a genuinely big boy.
I'll have to look at it. I don't watch Queso that often. I only
just Jason going like Queso shirtless.
I am not gonna look that shit up.
I actually don't know if there is one. But I think it is funny though, like someone gave him a book for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Someone gave him fat burner pills for women. That man is just like, he might as well just be a VTuber, because let's face it, that's pretty much what happens with VTubers.
To be fair, and this is all fairness, I think he likes the attention the way he is. That's why he does it.
Oh, absolutely. It gets butts in the seats because he's flipping out and you know, he's obviously he's over exaggerating for the camera, but no, like, yeah, it's totally an act. Halfway.
Yeah.
Kinda.
I think he, towards the end, if he keeps constantly getting hearing about it, yeah, I could see him kind of like getting upset by it. But it seems like it also has died down in recent years.
Well, yeah.
Because I think people are actually enjoying him as a content creator instead of something to call constant fat. Because they people see like the little skits he has on like TikTok and all the other stuff about him getting called these names and everything. But
So
then all of a sudden, like, they actually go watch him and he's a pretty chill dude and actually like interact with him. And he's kind of like a pretty good person. Like, he actually has fun when he plays games and like he enjoys his time with people.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, he even has his own like gamer sub flavor.
At this point, I don't know any non-big name like streamer or YouTuber that doesn't.
True. I mean, I'm looking at, and I need to talk to my friend Dalek about that.
What?
About getting sponsorship by gamer subs.
Oh, all you have to do is just apply. They don't care what level, like, a follower count you have. Just apply for it, and they'll look into your stuff, see if you, if they'll. And usually they don't turn down a lot of people.
Yeah.
So.
No, because
my
like,
friends
I'm
want me to.
Thinking about it.
I'm sorry. What?
No, I was saying like, no, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, a couple of my friends are like suggesting I do it too because of like the whole. I may not have a big follower on Twitch right now, but I have a big following on
Instagram.
Not Instagram. I don't even use that shit. On Twitter and all that stuff.
I was gonna say I have used the Instagram for years. I actually have a bigger following on Instagram than I do here.
I used to have a decent following on Tumblr until the fall of Tumblr.
Until the great fall of the Tumblr.
It was a good 6 years ago till today.
Because like
the great fall of Tumblr happened.
Because like I don't usually like comparing numbers and shit like that, but like when I stopped cosplaying, right? So when I got scammed and I stopped cosplaying, I had like I think like to the tune of like I want to say like over 100 like I'm sorry, not 100, but like 1,152 followers on Instagram. But then again, I was also like in the cosplay scene.
You know what I find interesting about like the things I make? I typically don't make a lot of fan art. If you ever seen my work, I don't.
I do.
Fan art a lot. I make my own original stuff. So I kind of built a following on things just being original to myself and liking making things I like.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I will make like Monster Hunter stuff because I love Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter is awesome. But generally the followers I have now on my Twitter is mostly based on the stuff I make.
On my Twitter.com.
My Twitter.com, you know. I'm not gonna call it X.
I refuse to call
stupid.
I refuse to call that shit X.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to get too political, but yeah, no. I refuse to call it X.
Oh, it's not a political thing. I just hated Trump. Not Trump. I hated Elon Musk before he did any of the stuff he did now because he's an idiot.
Oh yeah, no, the dude's a jackass. Like I'm not gonna sit there and say like he's not. Oh no, the dude's a jackass.
Oh yeah. One of the biggest things I don't like about him is that a lot of people credit him for being like the prime inventor of Tesla when Tesla was the company before he bought it.
Yeah, and then he threw a big hissy fit at Asmongold.
Oh yeah.
Because Asmon was like kind of calling Musk out and on his bullshit with I think it was Path of Exile.
Oh yeah.
And so Musk took like the mature adult route of stripping Asmongold of like his little blue check mark.
Oh no, he made fun of me. Oh no.
Yeah, it's like
Grow up.
Yeah, get over you fucking butthurt little bitch.
The one thing that kind of like people always say he's a very intelligent man. No, he's not.
Yeah.
Dude, the only reason why he's the way he is today is because he begged for money from other billionaires.
True.
And this is fact. You can actually look up this stuff, and this is not hearsay or anything. This is actually a fact statement.
Yeah. Now, and I will say this, and it's a little bit of a hot take. And again, not getting political, because I was talking about this at work. Before the crash, before like the whole Tesla stock went down, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie, if I could redo my 20s again, I would actually invest in Tesla.
To be fair, I think
And
a lot
then-
of people would have.
Yeah, because like, say what you want, but like those who invested in like Tesla stuff, oh, they're rolling right now.
Granted, though, I would have probably went more into invested in what Ford is doing right now with their electric vehicles.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you know, I would have invested in Tesla and then take the money out when all the stuff is going out and put it into somewhere else.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because currently, right now, I will state this, and I do drive Ford, so this might be a biased
I drive a
statement.
Kia.
You drive a Kia.
I do drive a Kia. I actually had a friend. I had an IRL friend growing up. He always told me, and this was like the weirdest, cringiest shit ever, but he told me he would never ever drive a Kia for the sole reason because the initials spell KIA. I wish I was kidding.
No, I get the reason why.
But what I think is hilarious is the different paths me and this kid went down.
I mean, let's be honest. I would also be kind of afraid of being in a vehicle that kind of spells out a thing in the government, like in the military, that kind of means very bad.
Yeah, killed in action.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't care. It's more of like, what gets me to point A to point B is what I'm kind of looking at.
Understandable.
What's in my price range and what can go from point A to point B.
Currently, I'm right now like looking at the new Ford
The Ford
electric
pickup
truck. You drive a Ford pickup truck. You know you drive a Ford pickup truck.
Tell me that you drive a Ford pickup truck. No, tell me that you drive
Oh, shh. Oh, what the hell happened to Discord?
What happened to Discord?
I don't know. I just got a weird like disconnect and reconnect noise.
Discord.
Huh? Electricity.
I gotta do my bit here.
Who goes there? Zap! Whoa!
With a wave of my finger and a flick of my dick, one zap for me will kill you quick.
So get on your knees to suck and blow, but not right now. I've got to go. Fuck! I hate when it rhymes.
I do that every time that plays because it never gets old.
No, it's funny. It's funny.
Because I love the Djibouti Spider-Man dubs. And I hate that there's one episode that I can't find anymore. And it's Jonah Jameson hitting on Peter Parker. He's just like, I love you, Peter. I want you inside of me.
I love you, Peter. I want you inside of me.
It's like, that's kind of weird, sir. He's like, don't hide from your feelings, Spider-Man. And then like he's got like a tentacle. There's like a tentacle robot chasing Spider-Man, and he's just screaming, "I'm coming for your poopa, Spider-Man! I'm coming right for your poopa, not my poopa."
Now I just imagine like this guy with a big bunch of tentacles in like hentai style, just walking towards Peter.
It kind of was. It was from the old '60s Spider-Man show.
Oh no, this was before they started doing weird shit like that.
Yeah, so it was like Jonah Jameson's head on like one of those old-fashioned like television, like you would see out of like Fallout, and it had a robot body that had like multiple tentacles.
Oh, that's just creepy.
Yeah, and in the Djibouti dubs, he's just going and saying like, I'm coming for your poopa, Spider-Man. I'm coming right for your poopa.
That's like that a weird scene from the Boondocks. You know of the one I'm thinking about, right?
I think so.
There's a lot of
The
moments
guy's
where
like, I want you.
Oh yeah. The booty warrior. Yeah. I want
The
you.
booty warrior.
That's, by the way, that's a real guy.
Yeah, and he hated that so much.
Like, it's like, we'll stop being a living meme and people will stop doing that shit. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work. Like, what happened with Chris Chan? Just suck it up. Just suck it up, bitch.
It was so funny because the real guy took out a lot of shit from this.
Well, yeah.
Because he was like, and I understand why he might not like it, but at the same time,
It's a joke.
Kind of put it on himself.
He kind of did. It's like, I'm not looking for boy meat. I'm looking for man meat. Now, I like you, and I want you. Now, we can do this either the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours. Wow, I see you chose the hard way.
You do that voice way too well.
I do. I love that line. The other one is now it's a joke I can't say on Twitch, but it is from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. It is the gag with BillyWitchDoctor.com from the Mega Ultra Chicken episode.
Yeah.
It involves the joke involving a sofa king.
Yeah.
If you know, you know.
Yeah. Every time I think of Team Aqua Force, I always think of that one episode where Shake Master is like, Master Shake is trying to play a bit with like religion.
This here is the people. Are you trying to
Defy
defy the words of the mighty Jimmy?
I think of that every time I think of Team Aqua Force because it's been such meme, like turned into such a meme.
There we go. Also, I painted the nails.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, the anime, it has yellow claws, so.
So, I don't watch Gundam. I have not watched Gundam since the World Tournament Gundam.
Oh, G Gundam.
Yeah, G Gundam. I haven't watched it since then.
Okay.
Because it was the only one I had access to on Toonami and everything.
Right.
So, what is this Gundam? All I know is it's like based on a wolf. That's all I know.
So this is the final upgraded form of the main Gundam from Iron-Blooded Orphans.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the Barbados Lupus Rex. Also known as the Barbados Wolf King.
I was gonna say that. That sounds like you just basically call it. Why can't you just call it a Wolf King?
Well, because it's the upgraded form of the Barbados Lupus. And they're kind of going with like the whole Ragnarok kind of motif because
so he's like a Fenrir type of idealism.
Yeah, because the main rival mobile suit from the I think it's like the final part of the anime, it's called the Vidar.
The Vidar.
Which the Vidar, or I should just say not the Vidar, but Vidar comes from Norse mythology. And I think Vidar kills Fenrir.
That makes sense.
So Vidar. Yeah, it says in Norse mythology, Vidar is the son of Odin and the giantess Grio, a god of vengeance, and is known for his strength in his role in killing the wolf Fenrir during Ragnarok.
Which is so weird because in Norse mythology, it is Fenrir that thought to be the one that kills Odin.
Yeah. Yes.
So is he doing? So he's basically just gonna kill this wolf out of revenge. That's kind of sad.
Kind of, yeah. But also, let's see. So, Iron-Blooded Orphans takes place on in the post-disaster timeline that takes place 300-something years after a catastrophic war. Yes, and it's also the first in the series because it takes place on Mars, which has never happened before in Gundam.
Okay, this is a general question I need to ask because I saw this Gundam a lot. Which Gundam has a giant sword?
There's a lot of them.
Okay, more more clarification. It looks like a giant Buster Blade.
There's a lot of them.
Shit. It's blue. That's all I got.
You're probably talking about does it have like a lot of multiple green swords on them?
Hold on. I'll look it up.
Hang on, I haven't pulled up. Does it look like this? Let me put it.
I would probably recognize it if I see it because it was a very common thing I saw a lot of people like talk about.
It is probably the 00 Riser.
Yep, that's the one.
Yep, that is the 00 Riser.
I saw clips of that a lot.
Yeah,
because of the weird energy source they have on their thrusters.
Yeah, so Gundam 00 was very, very popular at the time. It was a very, very popular Gundam series back in the late 2000s.
Yeah.
Also, it was a Gundam series drawn by a yaoi artist.
Okay.
I am not kidding.
Oh, you got
Dalek, hi everybody. Hello. I am Grarl. I am the T-Rex King VTuber. I am a T-Rex VTuber who is also a variety streamer, and I am currently doing a double Gunpla build. And oh my god, is that a Nuru in my chat? Thank you, Nuru. Nuru, give yourself a shout out. Give yourself a shout out, Nuru.
Give yourself a
Sorry to
shout
wait
out.
and dip, but I hope you had a good stream. Oh, I'm having a great stream. I'm with my friend Jay, and we're talking about Gundam.
I'm his friend.
You are.
Even though we constantly bicker about which dinosaur is better.
Oh yeah. Alright, it's actually not T-Rex.
No, it's Suchomimus, duh.
Yeah, let me give my wonderful mod here a shouty. Because Nuru deserves it. Because Nuru is fucking amazing. And if you like high energy, but also a really silly, comfy time, go check out Nuru Guru.
Guru.
Yeah, Nuru.
That name just rolls off the tongue. I'm sorry.
Wait, hold on. Why does it not want me to shout you out? What the hell? Shout out. I was gonna say, did I misspell it? I probably did, because I'm fucking stupid.
Recently, it seems like a bunch of new VTubers have been following me lately.
There we go. Go follow her. Well, I mean, like, you're gaining traction. It's a good thing.
But it's so weird. It's like,
who are you people?
who are you people?
But also, how you doing, Nuru? How you doing? Also, Nuru, me and you gotta we gotta hang out sometime. Sorry, no, it was just my mod was in there, so I was just like, oh.
It's fine. It's your stream. I'm just here for the ride, man.
Also, this is also like the main weapon of the Barbie, also known as the Barbados. No, really. So fans call the Barbados the Barbie for short.
Sorry, it's just the idea. Now I can just imagine, like, Barbie is now a Gundam pilot. She can be anything she wants to be.
Honestly, you're not wrong.
I'm like, sorry. I'm just thinking now, like, Gundam should do that. Like, the company who makes Gundam should do that and be like, Barbie can be anything she wants, even a Gundam pilot.
I mean, to be fair, they have done like Hello Kitty, so I mean, Barbie isn't like completely off the table.
Granted, though, Hello Kitty is a very popular IP in Japan, so
It is.
wouldn't be. Barbie is more popular in the United States.
True.
So
True. And also, I think they recently did a McDonald's collaboration again.
Now I'm thinking about the collaboration they did with Minecraft.
Oh yeah, the fucking Minecraft movie collab with McDonald's.
Yeah, they turned all like their McDonald's characters into the same stylization as the movie.
I hate it so fucking much. It looks so goddamn cursed.
Okay, I wouldn't mind the Minecraft movie if the humans were also like Minecraft-esque.
Yeah, my thing is like, okay, so with the Minecraft movie, I wouldn't mind it. I honestly don't mind it. I honestly would love a Minecraft movie. But here's my thing. Here's my take on it, right? So my take on this is that one, it's way too late.
Yeah.
It's way too late for a Minecraft movie. Two, Jack Black is fine. I have zero problems with Jack Black.
He does really well with the roles he goes into.
Right.
So.
However, I feel like Steve should have been, or like everything else in that world.
Yeah.
And three, this should have been animated.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you with the animation thing.
Yeah.
One,
like, it really should have just been animated.
because everything else is an
everything else
entire
would've been
film is
fine.
animated. Yeah. It's like everything in, like all the characters are 3D animated models. Like none of them are like their textures remind me of like if you put the RTX on.
Yeah, there's like an
But-
there's like an RTX mod for like Minecraft, and it looks. To be fair, it looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, it looks kind of cool.
And like I said, I wouldn't mind if all the characters looked like that. Like they actually looked like this, because that was actually kind of cool. I like the idea. The piglins look amazing. Like the piglin designs are all nice and cool. The gas looks terrifying.
Yeah, I like the gas design. It's just everything else about it looks unbelievably cursed.
Oh yeah, the humans being in that world makes it even weirder because it looks like they're doing a whole Roger Rabbit thing. And I don't like it.
I wouldn't say Roger Rabbit, more of like the trope from like the early 2000s of like, what if their world came to our world? Or what if our world came into their world? It's just like,
Yeah.
please stop. Like that died off in the early 2000s for a fucking reason.
Oh, totally.
And I can see, and honestly, I can see this. Now, I want to see which movie is going to race to the bottom. Snow White or Minecraft?
To be fair, Minecraft's actually been doing really well.
Is it already out?
Yeah, it's already out today, and they said that a lot of people have been watching it already. Like, I think the memes helped it a lot. A lot of
Yeah.
people are memeing the hell out of that movie.
Oh,
And that's
absolutely.
That's usually a deciding factor for a lot of people, is that the more they get like an online presence, the more chances.
Because I also know people are memeing the hell out of Snow White because of, well, apparently Dragon Ball Evolution did better than this movie.
Oh yeah, because it's Snow White.
Right,
The-
but it's also Dragon Ball Evolution.
Yeah, but people like Dragon Ball more than they like Snow White.
True. And to be fair, I feel like Rachel Zegler didn't help with the movie at all. They really should have just told, like, hey, we need you to not trash the movie that made us who we are. We kind of need you to shut up for a bit, please, with a cherry on top.
I don't like shitting on a lot of movies because I have to watch them first to give my own valid opinion on it. But the live action adaptational movies have been really terrible because they've been trying to do like one-to-one with the original story while adding a little bits and bobs there. But the problem with Snow White was only like a 30 to 45 minute long movie.
True. And
So
and I will say this though about like live action movies. I have hope. I'm a little biased because I love this movie. I have hope that Lilo and Stitch will do okay.
I think it's gonna do well as long as they try to not make it 1-to-1, but add some their own flair. Because let's be honest, one of the starting trends to the whole live action Disney movies was Maleficent, and Maleficent did incredible.
Oh yeah, no, like Maleficent was really good.
Yeah, they told a whole new story.
Yeah, and I
but
liked it.
still based it on the actual Sleeping Beauty movie. Like it's a live action version of the Sleeping Beauty movie.
Now, and I will say this though, is that what is it? Beauty and the Beast live action? Oh, that was awful.
Oh, terrible.
Oh, it was like, okay, here's the thing. Emma Watson cannot sing. They had to auto-tune the shit out of her. Could not sing to carry a tune. And here's the thing that disappointed me. She decided that she did not want to fucking act in that movie.
Oh yeah, she was like Harry Potter. She did credible, like throughout the entire series.
Yeah, and
comes to this, and it's just like, oh, I'm not going to do the proper thing and act.
Yeah, because it's like, look, no shade on Emma as an actress, because she's actually pretty damn good. It's just like when you look at the I keep wanting to call it Sleeping Beauty. No, Beauty and the Beast. Right? You know, have some dignity. You know, actually try, because it's like, Emma, I know you can. I know you can act. Like, you're really good as Hermione Granger. Okay, you're really fucking good. Try at least.
Granted, though, this is her first time of actually singing, from what I can understand.
Yeah, and it's like, if they needed to have a dub over, they could have done it, and it wouldn't be the first time Disney has done this. They have done this with, funny enough, they did it with The Lion King. Ironically enough, they have done it. Do you know the song "Be Prepared"?
Be prepared.
Yeah, you want to know something?
Yeah.
Do you want to know who actually did the singing of Scar?
It wasn't Jim Cummings, that's for sure.
No, it was Jim Cummings. No, it was.
I know it was. I was making a joke.
Oh, but yeah,
I knew it was Jim Cummings because I follow his career like religiously.
Oh yeah, no, like I'm a massive fan of Jim Cummings.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was Jim Cummings for the singing, and the talk singing was Jeremy Irons, and again, no shade to Jeremy. Jeremy's a great actor. I like Jeremy Irons. I think he's great. I also think he's really good in the original Dungeons and Dragons movie. I will fight anyone about it. I thought that movie was fun. Just him going like in that movie. Have you seen that movie?
I have watched the original Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, with Jeremy.
What got me into Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, like Jeremy Irons just hamming the fuck out of that movie. Like, you could tell that man was both giving his all, and looks like he was actually genuinely having fun with this role.
See, I love when actors actually have fun with like the acting roles they do.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of the things I love about, like, say, Chris Pratt and what's his fucking name? Superman. Henry Cavill.
Yeah, Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill is like loves every role he's in, and he's literally a nerd.
Oh, he's a giant nerd. And the thing is that, so there's going to be apparently a Warhammer 40K show on Amazon, which joy and a half. But like, if they do this right, apparently they are going to cast Henry Cavill in the movie or in the show, and I want him to be a fucking Custodes.
Really?
Make this no, because here's the thing. Do you know anything about the Adeptus Custodes?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I got into Warhammer due to the Space Marine 2.
Okay, so Adeptus Custodes are like the creme de la creme of Space Marines, basically. Yeah. They are the God Emperor of Man's personal bodyguards. One Adeptus Custodes can wipe out an entire army of Chaos Space Marines. Just by themselves.
They're gonna give him like the main like. They're gonna give that. I keep forgetting his name. I'm sorry.
Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill. I have a hard time with names sometimes.
No, you're fine. But what I'm trying to get at here is that Henry Cavill also plays Warhammer 40K at the tabletop.
Yeah.
And
I was gonna say
his faction of choice are the Adeptus Custodes. Yeah, no, that is his actual go-to faction are the Adeptus Custodes.
I feel like though he's not gonna become a step sister. Like, sorry.
I think he personally said that he wants to.
Yeah.
I think he personally
But
said
they
that
also-
he wants to. So.
But if they're gonna bring on like an actor of that caliber, they're probably gonna give him like a main role.
Well, he's also apparently like helping with the production and like being like almost like a consultant because the man knows what the fuck he's talking about.
True.
So it's just like I love Henry Cavill and I love Warhammer and I love nerding out about it because it's really, really good. And you can make you could literally make Warhammer into like the next Star Wars. Because
If you like Warhammer, did you watch The Secret Level?
Yes.
On Amazon.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you
Yes,
have.
it is. Yeah.
What do you think of the Space Marine?
Oh, I loved
episode?
it. Oh, I loved it.
You loved it.
Oh, I absolutely loved it.
How accurate was it to Space Hammer?
Oh, it was pretty accurate. So the demon that they were fighting was a Zinchian demon. At first I thought it was a Slaneshi, but it was a Zinchian demon, which are demons who follow Zinch. And
Okay, the reason why I'm asking you this is because a lot of the stuff they did in that show is pretty much accurate to a lot of popular media.
yes,
Like a lot of not and accurate to their source material. Like for example, the very first one, which is Dungeons and Dragons, talk about Tiamat,
yes,
which is, for those who don't know in this chat, Tiamat is literally the dragon god.
yeah.
That's
She's
his,
like
that's his entire.
she's like the mother
that's
of
her.
dragons,
Yep. And
or the
she
chromatic
was sealed
dragons.
away. Yeah, she was sealed away so long ago, and that's why dragons are kind of revered but also respected at the same time. Because based on what type of dragon you are either showered with endless praise or revered as a monster of destruction. For example, gold dragons and silver dragons are often seen as like dragons of praise, whereas dragons like red, blue.
No, I
my
had,
baby move.
I had because you were like right here basically.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. So like red and blue and green and black are often revered as dragons of like chaos because they are often seen as the heads of Tiamat.
Oh, they're yellow. Okay, so we're gonna paint these yellow.
Anyways, continue what you were gonna say. I'm sorry if I
No, you're
derailed
fine.
it.
You're fine. No, so a Zinch demon, and I think that was a keeper of secrets. I think that's what it was. It was a keeper of secrets, which are high-ranking demons of I almost said Slanesh of Zinch.
Aziz.
So Zinch is the chaos god of change. He is the chaos god of magic and change. And
Okay.
he is probably the most quote-unquote Lovecraftian of all of the chaos gods.
Oh.
Yeah, so in Warhammer 40k, there are chaos gods.
Yeah.
And
They
say what?
I remembered some of that when I was like playing through the story of Warhammer.
Yeah, so if you don't know, so chaos gods are primordial beings that dwell in the Eye of Chaos. And so each one kind of has like a unique feature to them. Korn is the god of bloodshed and war. Zinch is the god of chaos god of knowledge, sorcery, and change. Nurgle is the god of decay, life, and death. In a weird way, he's kind of like a god of life, because of, and I'll go into that in a little bit. And then you got Slaanesh, who's new. She's new to the lot. In a way. So she's the baby of the group. So with Slaanesh, she was born out of excess.
Mm-hmm.
So she basically, her birth was a monumental deal because that marked the collapse and near extinction of the Eldari, which are space elves. So
are they the one? Okay, sorry if I want to derail this. Is that the one that like the like a lot of people make weird jokes that some of the like people who work with the Space Marines kind of often marry them?
Yes, they are seen as very beautiful. They're very prideful. They're very arrogant. Because
like a normal elf, then, yeah.
Yeah, because they're old. They're a very old race. They were created by the Old Ones, which are a race of toads, dragon, lizard creatures. No one quite knows, but it also very well could be the Slan of like Warhammer Fantasy, but that's a whole other subject. Because it involves dinosaurs, like dinosaur people, and all this other kind of stuff. Which, by the way, that is a thing.
Yeah, I know. I watched a person play the strategy game of Warhammer.
Yeah, Total War.
Where they like had they played the dino race a lot, so I got a good understanding of like the Carnosaurus and the other lizard people.
Yeah, so they might be the Slan. It's their appearance and origin is very much up in the air. Anyway, so basically, the Eldari got to a point in their society where they literally just ran out of shit to do. They've mastered everything, and now they're like, well, what do we do? So because they were just like, well, they just devolved into depravity and debauchery and all this other stuff, and it literally just spiraled into like murder and all this other kind of stuff. And basically, TLDR, they literally murder fucked a celestial being into existence. And so when an Eldari dies, if they're not caught by a soul gem and brought back to their basically their soul well, Slaanesh eats their souls and will use them as a fleshlight for all eternity. And that is the most vanilla thing she can do.
That's cool. That's actually very cool and scary at the same time.
Yeah, and then you have things like the Drukhari, which are the Dark Elves.
And of course, there's a dark version.
Well,
you
there's
can't have a fantasy.
Well, there's three. There's three. So you have the Eldari, which are kind of like your typical elf / like high elf.
Mm-hmm.
You have the Drukhari, which are the dark elves, and then you have the Exodites, which are wood elves.
Okay, so basically normal tabletop version of elves, because that's kind of like the same concept when you.
Kind of, sorta. So with the Drukhari, we'll get to them because they're really fucked up, and I mean like they are fucked up. So the Exodites, they are basically Amish wood elves. They live off on their own planet. They don't really want to be bothered, and they ride on dinosaurs, and they strap dinosaurs with laser cannons.
Oh god, dinosaurs.
There are like, and again, they're not called dinosaurs, they're called dragons.
Yeah.
And I say this in the biggest quotations.
I mean, technically, that's what you would call, like any race would think themselves as, because dragons was a Latin term first before we got dinosaurs. It is the octopus man.
Well, no,
Hello,
no,
man.
because like in the rule book, they are labeled as a dragon. in their playbook. But what I was saying though about the Drakari is that they took the idea of, well, if we can't stay off Slanesh, we can kind of appease her a little bit. So they found a way that they can kind of live forever. They can stay youthful, they can stay alive through the suffering of others. And
Okay.
so if they appease Slanesh with the suffering of others, then their soul, when, you know, they die, they will slip into eternity or they will get reborn. And when I mean by they like to cause suffering, they get kinky. You know,
must cause the suffrage of others.
you remember when I said like the Eldari murder fucked Slanesh into existence? Yeah, the Eldari do that too. Or I'm sorry, the Drakari do that too, but they do it like far worse.
I figured.
They will like to use you as their gimp while they rub salt in your now fleshly, like newly flayed body, while squirting lemon juice into your eyes while they are getting off to it. And that is the most vanilla thing that they could do. That is child's play to what they can do.
I feel like compared to what I've been recently drawing, that seems so vanilla. I feel so vanilla now. I feel so vanilla.
Yes. And with the other chaos gods, so you have like Nurgle, who is the god of rot. But he's also the kindest of the chaos gods.
I don't know why. I feel like when someone calls himself Nurgle, I'm like, Nurgle.
Well, funny enough. The funny thing is, like, he is called Grandfather Nurgle.
Yep, he's grandpa.
Yeah, he's grandpappy. And with Nurgle, he genuinely loves life. Like, he genuinely does. And
that is the interesting side of Nurgle, is that it's a duality. It is the acceptance. Yeah, there's a dual, because like all the chaos have like this weird other side to them that we don't always get to see. And for Nurgle, it is the acceptance of your finality, that eventually you will die
and
you will rot like everyone else, and that's fine, because that's just how life will go.
That is how that is the rules of nature.
And the rules of nature. And Nurgle, he'll be there waiting for you with an open arms, like a grandpa waiting for you to say come by and hi to him.
Yep.
To be fair, I kind of like that concept because it kind of shows people it's okay to die, but you should experience life too.
There's a sticky note on that one.
Well, I understand that. It was more like I like the concept, but I understand there's probably like some fucked up reason why.
Yeah, there is. So every disease, so in the Warhammer universe, every disease, every blight, every pox, every plague was Nurgle. So things like cancer, that's Nurgle. The Black Death, that's Nurgle. The infection in your pinky toe from not washing, that's Nurgle. So to Nurgle, every time he brings a pox or a plague or something like that, he doesn't see the bad side. He sees that what he's giving you is a gift.
Yep.
Like, you know what?
Like, yeah, you're writhing in pain and agony, and you beg for the Emperor for the sweet release of death. But to Nurgle, that is just a gift that he wanted to give you.
I'm starting to like this god more and more. As morbid as it sounds, honestly...
and then there's also him kidnapping one of the last few remaining Eldari gods just to use her because he genuinely loved her, but also used her as as basically a test subject for all of his poxes, because she can't die.
This is starting to sound like my idea.
So Stockholm syndrome, basically.
Yeah, it's so.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, like he kidnapped this Eldar goddess of also kind of like life and like nature and whatnot, and he basically just tests all of his funk
Diseases
on her.
Yep.
But
And she
for
cannot
everyone
die, so
that
she is just right there
yeah.
in constant agony.
But for everyone she doesn't die to, she supposedly releases the remedy for it, basically somewhere for people to find, to discover.
Okay, so it is kind of like counteractive of yin and yang. Like her purpose is to essentially give people the ability to heal themselves, but
Yes.
his purpose is to create disease so people can appreciate life more.
Kind of,
Yes,
yeah.
appreciate more of what you have because you never know when it's gonna go away.
Like, for example, the Death Guard. The Death Guard were once a loyalist chapter of Space Marines, and their Primarch is Mortarion, one of the Primarchs of the Emperor, which are like basically demigod clones of the Emperor.
Yeah.
So when they went through the Eye of Terror, because Mortarion's a big stinky guy, they were afflicted by I think it was Nurgle's rot. I think it's what it was. And I think it was like the flesh terror, or like it was like the flesh something virus. It was really bad.
Yeah.
And their flesh was melting off their bones. Their organs were swelling and popping out of their guts. Like they were in pain. Like they were in an ungodly amount of pain. And Nurgle, being the kind man that he is, he's like, I could make this stop for you. You know, you just.
How to make this stop for
You just all you gotta do is just accept death and, be my champion. That's all you gotta do. Easy as that. And
this is starting to sound more like a D&D campaign.
And Mortarion was like, yeah, I will accept you as my patron god. Please make this stop. And he goes, okay. And so what Nurgle did is that he made it stop. But the other thing is that he also made the Death Guard into rotting, walking corpses.
Yeah.
And the embodiment of decay and rot, where like some of them will, have their guts spilling out. They will also become like the hive of like flesh-eating flies and stuff like that, and have a miasma of like toxin surrounding them like a cloud.
Yeah.
Sometimes their eyes will merge into one eye and tentacles will start popping out of different orifices of their body.
Yep.
So yeah, that's Nurgle. But the thing is that they also are happy.
Yes, that was the other thing, is that because to circle back on like the whole like acceptance of your finality of things, people just basically people within like the cults of Nurgle, they're genuinely just jolly, cheerful, good folk.
Yep, because
like they enjoy life. They enjoy having friends, people around. Like, hey, just come by and vibe with us, man.
Yeah, because
it's all gonna be good.
Because Nurgle, despite him turning you into a giant walking pox, he took away pain. So you can no longer feel pain. All you can do is feel happy.
Yeah.
And that is kind of terrifying. And then there is Khorne. Do you know the meme of blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne?
Yep.
That is Khorne.
That's Khorne.
Yeah.
So Khorne.
I thought it was Technoblade.
But no, so
No. I know it's like it's saying from somewhere else.
Yeah,
it's
that
making a joke.
That is that came from 40K. That is Khorne's shtick. So Khorne is the god of blood, skulls, violence, war, all that kind of stuff. And and he lives.
I guess that's why they.
Well, and he lives. Oh, and I wanted. Actually, wait, hang on. Let me circle back around to Nurgle real quick, because there's actually a very wholesome story about Nurgle. It's genuinely wholesome. So, there was a story, and this is actual canonical lore, where a Nurgling, which are small little demons of Nurgle, which Nurgle loves the most out of all of his demons.
They're babies.
Yeah, they're like little baby Nurgles. Anyway, so this Nurgling is looking over at what Nurgle is doing in his giant cauldron of poxes. So Nurgle is making a concoction, like the worst pox the galaxy has ever seen, like all of creation has ever seen. And this Nurgling got too curious and fell into the pot. Well, the Nurgling started to drink up all of the pox, basically. This toxin, this poison. He drank it all and became a greater demon of Nurgle. And the demon was sad. Because he goes... And Nurgle looks at this little demon and goes, "Why are you sad, my child?" And he goes, "But grandfather, I drank your poison. I drank your concoction. This was supposed to be your magnum opus, and I drank it all. You should kill me, punish me for this, something." And Nurgle lovingly picks up this demon, and he goes, "No, my child, you are the best creation I've ever made."
Who is this guy, and can I have 20 of him?
He's Nurgle.
So this little guy, basically by consuming Grandpa Nurgle's super ultra hyper omega godpox, upgraded to maximum Nurgle demon, which is what are called the Great Unclean Ones.
Yep.
They're basically mini Nurgles, quote unquote mini, because they're fucking giant,
they're
round dudes, and he is Kugath, the Plague Father.
Yes.
He's a big, fat, demented Santa Claus who just goes around making a big cauldron because he dedicated the rest of his life to try to make that godpox again to kind of repay.
He's kind of on his own self-penitence quest to recreate the godly pox of poxes, basically.
Yeah. To actually
he felt
pay back.
Because he felt legit remorse that he drank his poison.
Yeah.
And with back to Korn resides on a planet or a dimension where there is rivers of blood. It is a land of blood and brass, and there's constant war. And all of his demons are literally the definition of the word, just too angry to die.
Yep.
And
the anger.
And every time his followers kill something, they flay the skull and bring it to Korn, so he can add it to the Skull Throne. And then you have Tzeentch, like we mentioned before. Tzeentch is the most mysterious and the most Lovecraftian of all of the Chaos Gods.
Chaos God.
With Tzeentch, he is the god of sorcery.
The big brain.
Yeah, he's just basically a giant egghead. And it's funny because his demons are all based around birds.
Yeah, his big super demons are bird wizards.
The changer of ways.
Yes.
Yeah.
The architect of fat.
So with Tzeentch, if you wish to follow him, he will give you a secret. It is just enough to get you hooked, but not enough for you to know everything. And he will whisper it into your ear. And he will tease you with a secret, a spell, anything, arcane knowledge. He will whisper it into your ear, and it will drive you mad. And you try to try to gather up this profane magic to know the secret, to know what he knows. And he will always be 200 steps ahead of you.
More or less.
And if his plan fails, he just goes, well, teehee, that was just a contingency plan of a contingency plan of a plan of a plan that I planned for this plan.
Yeah. he going according to Keikaku, but not really.
He kind of does that. He's the little douche canoe that would sit there and be like, it's all going all according to Keikaku, even though it's going up in flames.
Basically, here's a great way to explain Zinch. You ask Zinch a question, and he answers you with at least 2 more questions, and then he tells you something about the heat death of the universe, and then he goes, well, what even are questions really? And are you the one asking them, or are you just giving me paths to answers?
Yep. So, like, if you wanted to ask Zinch, you know, what do dinosaurs, you know, actually, like, biologically look like, he'll kind of tell you. He'll tell you enough to get you hooked, and then he'll be like, well, now you got to do this for me and do all of this for me, and then maybe, just maybe, I'll tell you even more. And then you start learning and killing.
Yep.
Not in that order. And then there are, like, Chaos Undivided, which are Space Marines who do not follow a Chaos God.
Yeah, they're just, in general, we're all about that chaos life, you know?
Pretty much. But yeah, so yeah, Jay, welcome to Warhammer 40k. And honestly, you can homebrew the shit of, like, of a chapter. Like, some of these, like, some people make some crazy shit.
I can see that.
There are some people that have made things based off of, like, Mesoamerican. And it can fit into the lore. That's the beautiful thing about 40k, is that you can make a homebrew chapter, and it could fit.
Yeah.
But yeah, to answer your question, yes, I did like the secret level Space Marine 2 episode.
My lord, that was a lot of explanation just to get to. Oh, I like secret chapter of this Space Marine 2. Like,
yeah, welcome to hanging out with me. This is what you get.
I'm not gonna lie, my brain is a little fried. I will admit to that. But this was all a good informational thing. And I'm afraid to ask about the chapters of the Space Marines because
I can break it down Barney style for you without going.
Yeah, I do know, like, the basic. There are a few chapters that portrayed the Emperor, the God Emperor.
Yes, those are the Chaos
because they
factions.
found out the truth about they found the truth out about the Emperor and everything.
Kinda. It's a little bit more.
It's kind of a complicated thing depending on where
which
they come
chapter
from.
you're asking from.
Yeah, because there are, like, some chapters who just followed their Primarchs who are like, wow, some of this stuff is kind of lame right now. Okay,
Yeah.
we're following you now.
Because, like,
And then,
oh, what were you saying, Hollow?
and then there are some who, like, are, for example, they are a traitor legion, right? Like, they don't follow the Emperor, but they're not necessarily chaos aligned. They're just not okay with things.
They're renegades.
Yeah.
They're renegades. So to kind of, like, to make things a little bit easy. So there are Space Marine chapters that it's not necessarily know the truth. It's the truth of whatever Chaos God told them was the truth.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why, and I'm just going to briefly touch on this. So, one of the reasons why the God Emperor outlawed religion, because the God Emperor is a turbo atheist. To basically, just to kind of, like, to basically sum it up as a meme, like, he's a turbo atheist that basically said, like, religion is cringe. Do not follow religion.
Understandable.
Well, this kind of backfired.
Yeah, but basically he went, look, no more religion, and whatever you do, do not worship me as a god. I am just your emperor. I am basically human. Yeah, I got superpowers, but I'm just as human as any of you. And then he dies, and then everybody's like, let's worship him like a god.
Yep. So the reason why the Emperor said don't follow or do not believe in religion is cringe, is because he was trying to starve the Chaos Gods. Because they are gods.
creatures of needing worship and faith.
If they do not have have worshippers because they love mortal souls more than anything, and human souls are to them we are absolutely delectable. We are
pretty fucking good.
We are very special to the Chaos Gods because of just how we are. So the God Emperor's like, okay, well, you can't really pray to a god if there's no religion. He was doing like the little the black guy tapping his forehead meme.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that also welcome back. So that's kind of like why he was like, religion's cringe. Don't follow religion.
Yeah.
And then there are some who blindingly follow their Primarch into chaos. Because, well, the Emperor was kind of a dick to some of these chapters. Like, let's look at Angron and the World Eaters, for example.
Yeah.
Where he kind of used them as shock troopers, as disposable shock troopers, and didn't give a flying ass. Same thing with the Death Guard. Saw them as shock troopers and didn't give a flying hell. Those are the followers of Khorne and Nurgle, respectively. And then there are things like the Emperor's Children, who followed Slaanesh, and they are some of the most depraved motherfuckers you will ever see in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that kind of like answered a little bit.
Yeah,
it did.
It's kind of hard to like trim the fat with 40k lore, because to break it down easily is still pretty meaty.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, it can be pretty meaty, but like it's just a matter of. It also helps, in my opinion, to find a group of faction that really catches your eye, and then just start looking into them and see where they fit, and then you start to see where everybody else starts fitting.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, that's how a lot of people like me and Hollow basically kind of got into 40k. Is you just find a chapter that you like, and have autistic zeal to learn everything about him.
And for me, it wasn't even like a chapter. It was just like, oh, look at all these really cool bug monsters. What are these guys? Oh, these are now my new favorite thing.
Yeah, so like, so do you know anything about the Tyranids, Jay?
I know that they're a biological organism that likes to devour things, and whatever they devour technically becomes part of their
biology.
Yeah, more or less.
Biology.
Yeah.
And the more they devour, the more they become stronger. So what the Space Marines do is try to get rid of them as much as possible before they,
pretty much
become.
Yeah, that's pretty much a good way of summing it.
And they're the only Xenos that every race seems to not like.
Kind of.
Well,
there are like a few. Actually, no, there is one Xeno race that genuinely is excited when Tyranids show up.
Yeah, which is kind of just funny.
Which are the Orcs. They're the only ones that are generally like, all right, boys.
To be fair, the Orcs are one of the only races I know who literally you pretend to shoot them, they die.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a meme story basically.
Yeah.
Which is part of their lore. Suffice it to say, with Tyranids, there is a simple way for me to like talk about them is that they are basically the
Evolution
Xenomorphs from Alien in their final form.
Yeah, that's why I was like thinking of them. What they are just basically Xenomorphs.
Yeah,
they are.
They are what Xenomorphs will eventually become.
Pretty much.
They are big, scary things that are quote unquote relatively new in the chronology of the lore, because they showed up basically within the last like 10k millennium, more or less.
Yeah.
And everybody doesn't like them
except for the Orcs.
Except for the Orcs, just because like, oh shit, we get to fight bug dudes.
Well,
the reason why the
Orcs like Tyranids is because
they
but also it's payday, because Orcs, their currency is teeth. Yeah, by the way, orcs pay in teeth.
And
Yeah,
the
their
Tyranids
currency
have nothing
teeth.
but teeth.
and
Yeah,
te-
being
and-
giant bug monsters, it's just teeth for days.
It's just literally teeth. It's literally like watching money rain from the sky.
Yeah.
And they're just like, all right, boys, we gonna sell us a paycheck here. And there is like a group of orcs.
Teeth beat us back on the menu.
Well, because like with orcs, there is like a group of orcs that have specialized in Tyranids, and what they'll do is that they'll go to a planet intentionally infested with Tyranids, just so that way they can come back later and kill the Tyranids and take their teeth.
Just to take the money.
Yeah, that's what they do. It's kind of funny, actually. But yeah, Tyranids are basically evolution on crack. They are evolution. That's the thing. If evolution was a word, it would, or is it? If the word evolution was like a physical being, it would be Tyranids.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they're constantly changing based upon what they devour.
Yeah.
Pretty
they
much.
are.
There are other.
This is why
creatures that do
they
it too.
this is why it like they when it comes to trying to kill them, they have to make sure that the weapon they kill them absolutely just obliterates them. If it doesn't, they will evolve to adapt to it.
Yeah,
Kinda, sorta.
So they
That's
are.
my understanding of it. That's why they like.
More or less.
'Cause
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because I've only played like the game version of Space Marines. When they talk about Tyranids, they have to just use this bioweapon that eradicates them, and it only works for a certain like up to a certain point, or they start memorizing and adapting to it.
Yeah. So like, Tyranids, they are very much the ever adapting, evolving force, and they are kind of considered one of like the big three like antagonists of
If not
40K,
like the biggest
because-
antagonist in the current age.
Because one of the things about them is that it is basically like fighting a giant, slow-moving object. Like, sooner or later, they're going to start to overcome things, and lore-wise, a bigger plan needs to be made, because eventually they're going to get through things that they can't... Oh, so, okay, let me put it this way. There are two obstacles that, like, the Tyranids have to deal with that they have a lot of trouble with.
Necrons are
One is
one
chaos. The Necrons are one of them because they're robot dudes. Like, they can't eat robot dude. It's just metal. There's
Well,
no organic...
and with chaos, we can put a little asterisk next to that, because there is now a Tyranid hive fleet that eats chaos.
Yeah, like chaos was the other one because again, like when you beat demons, they go poof. They don't leave anything behind.
Yeah, they
so,
are.
Like, they can't eat dust. It's just poof.
Yeah, they are.
So-
They are of the Immaterium.
Immaterium.
They go basically, in all intents and purposes, they go screaming back to hell.
Yeah, but relatively recently, the Tyranids realize, wow, we're actually really good at fighting chaos. Let's work off of that. And they end up adapting a whole specialized fleet to fight chaos.
Hive fleet Chronos.
But instead of eating their victims, they literally have on loan a different fleet coming to fill up their ranks.
Basically, so Jay, the best way I can describe that is like it's like a species of ant. It's like soldier ants, basically, where they have like the mandibles that are too big for them to literally consume food.
So they need other guys to come in and feed them food.
Yep.
Yeah, no, but like I kind of understand by the look of the biology of the Tyranids, they have like a very unique insect-like morphology, which I'm assuming they have like the idea. Then they spoke of them like they have an hive mind too, so I'm assuming they were like based on like colony-based insects like wasps and
Pretty
ants. And then the body shape kind of is kind of similar to
Like
xenomorphs, but
almost.
mixture of reptiles and xenomorphs and insects.
Kind of, yeah. So with Tyranids, they operate on a hive mind, and they will. So basically, if you were to kill a higher Tyranid bioform, the others will freak out, or they'll just die.
Yeah, because you have
Yeah, like a normal hive mind situation where they don't have like one queen controlling them all. They basically have like sub orders, because having the ability to control like a mass army is already troubling enough. So of course they're gonna have like subsectors of generals, higher ups, or like some form of it. This is actually a very common concept in both the animal kingdom too, because ants don't typically have have a hive mind, but they also have like directors, they would refer to them, telling them what to do, what need to be done at this given moment, and they use these directors to help them like organize everything. And that's kind of like how I'm assuming the Tyranids are. They have like the bigger Tyranids, like the big one. I can't remember the name of it.
They're called they're called synapse creatures.
Yeah. So with the Tyranids, you are pretty much on the money. Like there is a greater hive mind that is a collective that is being shared by everybody. And part of that maintains that are called the Norn Queens. These are big, so far nobody really, there hasn't been a definitive look for them just yet, but we'll get one eventually, I'm sure. They are in charge of
from a creature designer standpoint, because this is my job. I design creatures, so I can understand them having a hard time like getting a design out there, because you got to make it look reasonably fierce, at the same time understandable. This is the leader of the Tyranids. Like this is the big honcho, so I can understand why they're having a hard time designing it.
So the Norn Queens are in charge of their own respective fleet.
The tendril, basically, high fleet.
And under them you have certain like high evolution specialized Tyranids who will function for them, that act as like supports to boost and stabilize the synaptic link, because it's all a big psychic network that they have with each other.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Okay, this is the standpoint, because I am a biosystem engineer. Like my entire job is learning biology, ecology, and
then you'll love the Tyranids, because
listen to this, and I can understand this all together, because I said, I design creatures, and I looked at multiple creatures that base themselves on a hive mind situation, or developed ideas for creatures like this. This is very interesting, because ecologically, this is a normal thing you see in nature already, and then seeing like it being done on a scale of an interstellar species designed on devouring and learning and developing from what they devour.
So the other thing with Tyranids is that they use weaponry. However, the weaponry are other Tyranids. So it is said like it is their gun. In fact, actually, if I hang on real quick, let me actually have.
It's a Tyranid itself.
So basically,
I've seen it.
So wait, hang on real quick, because I want to pull this out, because I actually have like a couple of Tyranid figures I could use as an example here.
I played the games, but I also saw a lot of the artwork of the Tyranids, and I always like look at them and I said, is that just a Tyranid being used as a gun?
Yes. So
that's actually very interesting.
This right here is a Hormagaunt. So this is basically like your foot soldier.
Yep.
Oh, you got one of those ones.
So the weapon it's using is technically another form of Tyranid. Now, what it shoots is that it shoots maggots. So the bullets are actual maggots that it will shoot out, and those maggots will start eating you from the inside out.
I figured they because I was always looking at these creatures and I mean like, these are barbaric animalistic creatures. Why would they use guns? And I realized by looking at the like models in the game, and then looking at like the design of the guns, and I was like thinking, these are just Tyranids.
Yep.
They're just shooting with Tyranids. And are they shooting like some form of biomass, like poison?
Yeah. So
I
like,
realized there might be a possibility they might be shooting their own kind, like their own little offspring.
Yes.
At them.
and then like you have like here. So this is a Tyranid warrior. And so the Tyranid warrior, at least with this configuration, is that so these swords right here, these are made out of pure solid bone. Now with these swords is that they are actually sharpened to the molecular level. So they are constantly in a constant state of self-sharpening.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, so their swords and their blades will never go dull.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah.
The idea is basically they make weapons from their bones, from keratin and whatnot.
Or like their whips. Their whips are a type of sinew.
Yeah, the sinew that they have from their body.
Yep. And even their spaceships are other Tyranids.
They are just super massive Leviathan creatures that are able to exist in a vacuum.
Yep. And so what they'll do is that so when a Tyranid wants to move to another galaxy, another solar system, basically, they will kind of go in between what is known as the warp in a weird way. So they'll let out almost kind of like a scream. And that is how they manage to kind of cut through the Immaterium in order for them to travel into where they need to go. Now, because they don't have a Geller field or anything faster than light travel, they're very slow.
Yeah, this is actually part of where I get the metaphor of a giant slow-moving thing, is that because they don't have access to light speed travel effectively, they're going through space the old-fashioned way.
Yes.
Yep. Normal travel.
Basically, if you know of an impending invasion, there is time. You have time to prepare.
Yeah, you have to catch it quickly.
Yeah, but you have to catch it early. And if you do, you have time. You have time to prepare for something.
Yep.
If not, then you're fucked, bucko.
And so now the Tyranids can invade your system in a couple of ways. So the traditional way on how Tyranids do it is that when they get to your system, they let out what is known as the Shadow and the Warp, which basically cuts off all forms of help. So you have things like Psychers. Psychers and astropaths can basically cross time and space to other planets and hell, even maybe like a Space Marine chapter that's in the local area. Well, with the Shadow and the Warp, that gets cut off.
Yeah. So
like just instantly, basically, and Psychers will go mad. If not, their heads will just outright explode.
Yeah, so basically, the warp is used by the majority of other species in 40k as forms of interstellar travel, for communication. People who tap into the warp are usually psychers, psychic people, mages, casting spells and whatnot. So the Tyranids have basically people who have a psychic kind of like connection, have their presence in the warp, which is kind of how demons become a thing. But we can explain that later.
Oh, I read up on that myself already, as it is.
That being said, the Tyranids themselves have a huge presence in the warp that is almost a sort of canceling effect, because they are like the apex predator of everything. So that when they make their presence known, they have the shadow and the warp. And when that happens, they basically disconnect everybody from the warp on a planet, and suddenly, without the warp, there's no interstellar travel, there's no communication, you're just a sitting duck.
Basically, it's like a predator jumping on its prey and slowly digging its claws and its fangs into you. Is the best way I like to describe it.
I kind of figured that.
Yeah. So, and what's very terrifying about Tyranids is their mindset. They are not out for conquest. They don't care. You cannot argue with Tyranids. They do not care. The only thing that they are there for is survival. They only want food.
And you're made of food.
And they want biomass. And guess what? You're pretty much a biomass. So you are fair game. And when Tyranids start to invade, they will start eating everything that is biological and even some precious metals down to the molecule. Like, there are microscopic Tyranids that will eat even microscopic organisms in the air. You could literally be breathing in Tyranids.
Yeah, they create big spore dudes.
Yeah. And there are things called the zoanthrope, which are basically Tyranids that just have a brain that is so swollen that their arms are vestigial and they literally float around and shoot out psychic energy.
Yeah, they're the big psychic stabilizing dudes who are just like, all right, everybody, focus here. Come on.
So it's like, for Doc, it would be absolutely like, this is like your wet dream, because it is, on a biological level, it's just absolutely fascinating.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Just the capability of using, like, making a race that based its entire existence on growing from, like, conquering other planets and exploring it, and just devouring local ecosystems and slowly just terraforming into your needs is just amazing to me, but at the same time very scary to think about, because this is also it's a terrifying, like, ideology, because it means that whatever you are, there is a chance that you might be invaded by a Tyranid race and be like, I'm going to devour you, and you're going to be part of me.
Now there's also the second option. So now there's the second option of how they can invade your system, and this one's even more messed up. Because
honestly, sometimes it's interchangeable. Sometimes they're happening both at once.
Yep, because
I can see that.
Well, because do you know the whole meme of, like, reptilian aliens living among us?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a thing with Tyranids.
So
I kind of figured so.
So remember how, sure, I'll explain it. So remember how Tyranids are the ever-adapting, evolving force.
Yep.
Eventually, they start to realize that sometimes the best way to get places is to just sneak in and influence sapient life to be more
like them.
Recessive to your wants. And so you have these gene stealers, which are a special vanguard group who will sneak into planets and gradually establish themselves as these sort of monsters and creatures that existing in a city, perhaps nobody really knows. They start causing a few murders here and there, a few dissent.
So basically, they're like sneaker agents, where
sleeper agents. Yeah,
is just not
essentially.
They're not. Their main job is not to conquer anything, but to establish themselves there, to the point where they could start, like, messing around with other things and just slowly make their invasion happen.
In a way,
and eventually, so this one gene stealer will basically engorge itself. They become bigger, mightier, stronger. What some would call a patriarch.
Yep.
This broodlord, this gene stealer will then find a person, any person perhaps,
and they'll impregnate them,
and then they will do the gene stealer kith, aka the pregus.
So so
basically they do face hugger, but without the face hugging.
Kind of. Yeah. So do you remember Alien vs Predator Requiem?
Yes.
You know that scene where the pred alien impregnates the pregnant women at the maternity ward in the hospital?
Yeah, that.
Yeah, pretty much that scene.
They do that.
I kind of figured that's what they do. Most organisms do this too in our own world.
They then create mutant offspring that will go through several generations until eventually a mutant hybrid will look no different than the current species that is above them living on the surface. So for humans, it would basically just look like a normal person, except they just don't have hair at all.
Or they'll have
So
like they'll be bald, and maybe they'll have like a little bit of like, you know, like
maybe some pretty
like osteoderms, or like a little bit of chitin on their forehead.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was the case.
And then what they'll do is that then they'll start civil unrest and riots throughout the planet, and then that will signal the dinner bell for the Hive Fleet to come in. Now, what they'll do with the Gene Stealers after the invade can go either two ways. They either basically let these cultists live in basically bliss, like ignorant that, oh yeah, these things are not, you know, angels sent from heaven to smite the wicked, but instead giant dinosaur space bugs that will devour you and turn you into soup.
Yeah, I figured.
Now, the other thing that they will do is that they will break that spell, basically, more or less, and the cultists are mortified at what they are and what they are, and basically just either way, the Hive's gonna eat them.
Yeah, so basically, effectively,
take the red pill or the blue pill.
Yeah, either A, they're like, oh, cool, you know what, you are very effective. We're gonna put you on the next planet.
Actually, no, it's not even like we'll put you on the next planet. It's we'll let you live in this dream for just a little bit longer, and then we'll eat you.
Yeah, we'll devour you. We'll make you a part of ourselves.
B, they're like,
wait, hold on.
B, oh, you are no longer useful. Okay, we're gonna just disconnect you, and we're gonna push you into the soup.
Yep.
Or you are now one of us.
Either way, you will. Either way, you will become soup.
Yeah, you become soup. Basically,
your belly full of soup.
Is how it is.
And the soup is.
Speaking of which, I gotta ask you guys a question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, if the ocean is a soup, does that make a land a stir fry?
Yes.
The land is stir fry?
Yeah.
I mean, are we tossing it around enough?
So the reason why I say it's a stir fry is because if you know what a stir fry is, it's usually a mixture of like meats mixed with vegetables and a little bit of seasoning, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So is the land a stir fry?
I would say yes.
Okay then. Because there was an argument I had a little while ago. Someone called the land a salad with meat, and I was like, that makes no sense. Wouldn't it be more of a stir fry?
I mean, like, Honey did this to me as well, because she pulled up like the whole everything's like a quiche.
A quiche?
Or ravioli. Quiche? I don't know. It was the square theory. I have a clip of it. She broke my brain. Fun fact, that was like literally probably our first ever real interaction. But yeah, so like that's one of the reasons why I love Tyranids.
They're just really cool. I like collecting giant bug monster dudes. There's a lot of cool units. You may not hear or see a lot about the Tyranids individually because it's kind of hard to write a story about a hive mind. But there are. But
so this is actually a very common thing in sci-fi because most times sci-fi does a lot of hive mind situation. They don't talk about it as individuality. They talk about it like as a total being, and usually a lot of hive mind races. They don't really talk about like, oh, the soul. This one person has this going on.
Yeah.
And it's terrible, but I understand why.
With the but what kind of makes up for it is that there are quite a few interesting stories about very unique strains of Tyranids that will just appear, like some that are hyper specialized units that were used for certain tasks, or ones that were so successful that they became Everstay units for various reasons. And some of them have basically just become horror monster stories that you read about in like a secondhand perspective of things that happened. You have the Death Leaper, who basically the ultimate assassin. It is a super predatory creature that took down an entire planet by itself by basically figuring out
somebody, basically.
Yeah, figuring out that the best way to defeat humans is to fucking crush their sense of faith, independence, and morale.
Yeah. So the story of the Death Leaper is that on a planet, the Tyranids, I think it was like they wanted to experiment or something like that. So basically, they sent out what is known as a lictor. A lictor is basically kind of like the start of a gene stealer. However, in this case, the lictor noticed that there was a figurehead of like the head of like a religion, basically.
Yeah.
And so what the lictor did, instead of killing him, because that would raise the morale, and because they would see this man as like a martyr.
They knew to basically leave him alone. Sort of basically what they would make an attack against this individual. They would break through their fortress, their palace, their home, kill all of their guards, anybody else around,
and leave him alive.
Yeah, basically look at him dead in the eye and then leave.
And this would go on for days.
Yeah, and basically established in his mind, no matter where he went, no matter how much he tried, and no matter what he put in front of him, that creature, the Death Leaper, was always going to find him.
Yep.
And eventually, this man used to do like a lot of these big sermons of like, oh, we must have like faith and belief and hope and whatnot.
Yeah, faith in like the faith in the God Emperor and XYZ.
And gradually, it was breaking him until eventually he just was a rambling mess, and the people lost all morale and all hope and fell into chaos. And the Tyranids just came in and just swept everything up.
I figured that was gonna happen when you have a race like that.
There's a lot of cool stories like that one, the Parasite of Mortrex.
The Doom of Malantai is another good one. So the Red
Horror.
So the Doom of Malantai was a Tyranid zoanthrope. Remember what I said about like the floating head, basically, right? So the Doom of Malantai basically crashed itself on what is known as a what is it called? Craft World. So they're artificial.
Oh right.
Yeah. So they're artificial like planets basically because
for the Eldar.
Because Eldar don't have a home anymore.
Yeah, they don't have a home anymore. They're all just vibing on giant continent-sized ships.
Yeah, it's like taking like North America and turning into a spaceship.
Yep.
And so what happened was that this zoanthrope basically landed in or near the Soul Well, where all dead Eldari go when they are killed. Is that they just their souls get trapped into a gem, which saves them from getting eaten and be turned into Slaaneish's Saturday night play toy.
Yep.
And what it does is that they just sit in basically a giant crystal until rebirth, or until they are put in like a what is known as the Wraithbone mech, basically, which is a giant robot made out of bones. Now, what the zoanthrope did was that it basically gorged itself on the souls of the dead, and it spiked its psychic powers to an unprecedented level and just killed everybody on board.
It came in, fucking ate some like, oh, this is some good shit, and then it just freaking just.
Yeah, it was like Gordon. It was literally like
moment of like, oh.
Yeah, it was like Gordon Ramsay. He was just like finding some good fucking food.
But I just like to think that it just like ate something and then it just started tripping like, oh fuck, what did I eat? Oh.
He's just like, whoa.
Oh.
And the scariest thing about the Doom of Melantai is that we don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, it ate a bunch of dead Eldar and then it disappeared.
We don't know. And it's theorized that it got picked up by a hive fleet, and essentially it got turned into soup and got basically integrated into the hive fleet as a whole.
Yeah, they basically like, we're gonna recycle you. You got some good stuff. We're gonna eat you now and take apart what you got.
Now,
all right, thanks, Bob.
Now the other thing, Jay, is that now the Tyranids are hiding something.
Kind of, yeah.
There is a fleet known as Hive Fleet Tiamat, and you'll kind of notice the naming convention with Tyranid Hive Fleets is that they're all named after like dragons or monsters.
This is actually kind of funny. The bigger the name of a Hive Fleet, the scarier it is. So while Hive Fleet Locust is something you feel like you can definitely take on, you definitely don't want to fight Hive Fleet Jormungandr.
Yeah, and with Hive Fleet Tiamat, and this is terrifying. So Hive Fleet Tiamat is hiding something. So reports have come in with Hive Fleet Tiamat is that they are constructing a Tyranid bioform that is the size of a planet.
Yeah. So,
and we do not know what it is. Like we straight up just don't know what it is.
Brief side note aside, basically every Hive Fleet kind of has their own gimmick, their own thing going.
Yeah. So
Tiamat is
they're cultivators.
Yeah, they are the cultivators. When they take a planet, they hold it because they're using it as testing grounds to figure out what mutations they can harvest to actually make something useful and new that they can give to other fleets that they can.
Yeah. And like Hive Fleet Kronos, they specialize in eating demons.
Yeah, they fight demons.
They eat basically the things that don't exist.
Yeah. You got,
and the thing is though, is that technically speaking, the wider Imperium don't know about Tyranids.
They don't know them, yeah, for the most part.
It's like a little bit of a hush-hush secret. Which is
because the reality of their existence is scary.
And I'm trying to think here. What else were we gonna say about them? Oh wait, hang on. I'm almost done with this Gundam, by the way.
I see.
Yeah, I'm almost done with this Gundam. Now there was also this thing called the Battle of Maul, where the Blood Angels chapter of Loyalist Space Marines fought the Tyranids.
Yeah.
And so the Blood Angels filled up this moat with what is known as thirst water. Now, thirst water may look like water, but it's not water. It's like a giant organism that sucks out all the moisture out of your body and reverts you to bones. Now, with that being said, the Tyranids looked at the thirst water and they didn't do anything. They were just staring back at the Space Marines. And then the Blood Angels, feeling kind of cocky, a chaplain, and I want to remind you, a chaplain of a Space Marine chapter are basically like kind of like the mentor / like priests of the group.
Yeah.
They are filled with the power and might of the God Emperor's light. And they are not easily afraid.
Yep.
They are the ones who send fear into the enemy with their iconic, like, skull mask.
Yeah.
Now, when this chaplain was like, "Come at us, you monsters! We are not afraid, for we are the angels of the God Emperor." And what was terrifying was that through the eyes of a single gaunt, right? Through the eyes of just one gaunt, and a gaunt is like a foot soldier of the Tyranids. Something was staring back at this chaplain. And do you want to know what it was?
What?
It was the hive mind itself.
Yeah, the hive mind was focusing right there in that moment. That day,
it was. Do you know the phrase? So you know the phrase like staring at the abyss the abyss stares back.
Yes.
That's what happened.
That's kind of scary and cool at the same time.
And it scared this chaplain to his soul.
Yep.
Because what was staring right back at him was something that was so primordial, so primeval, and the scariest thing about it is that it was something that did not care.
Yeah.
It was something so horrifying that there was nothing in its eyes except for just indifference.
Indifference. Okay, I like that. That's just like, I don't know why I'm here.
No, like it was looking at the chaplain like he was nothing. He was a nobody.
The fuck is this amoeba doing? Ah.
Yeah, he's just like, it wasn't looking at him like food. It was just looking at him like, you are in the way.
Motherfucker, you are just like a random piece of like shredded eraser on the footnote of existence. What do you want?
And it was like that scene from Hell's Deep where the Urukai soldiers were staring at the archers until someone slipped. And that's what happened. Someone shot that gaunt and all hell broke loose and the Tyrians fell into the thirst water and died.
Yep. Yeah.
Also, I am done with this Gundam.
Yo.
I really want to master grade at this so badly. I really, really do. So we're not done just yet.
I figured.
So we're not done. What I'm going to do is that I'm also going to be building the ball.
The ball.
The ball.
The ball.
So the ball
claw.
is...
The claw.
So the ball is basically a grunt mobile suit from the original Mobile Suit Gundam series.
Yeah.
It is comically known as the Flying Coffin.
It pretty much is.
It is this.
You get sent out in the ball, they sent you to die.
Pretty much. Yeah, so it's pretty much what exactly says on the tin. It is just like a ball with a cannon on its head. Or not even on its head, just the top. So, I'm going to take a quick little break. I'm going to get something to eat, and I'm going to go pee, and then we're going to build the ball.
The ball.
So, I will be right back, chat, and I will be right back, guys. So, hang on.
Yeah.
Now I'll put you guys on the be right back screen.
Oh no!
And so we shall. Damn it, boy.
Oh, speaking of which, Hollow.
My dog is just barking up a storm. Hold on.
Alright.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah. Oh, Paulo, I got the V-Rex figure.
Oh, you got one. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What do you think
When
of
did I
it?
get one? My only complaint is probably the jaw.
Yeah, mine has kind of a warped jaw a little. Like it's a little like protruding to
mine
the
too.
left for some reason. Yeah, okay,
Mine
so it
too.
might just be a weird universal issue. Like it doesn't bother me all that much.
Unless they're going based on like the movie.
I think it might be sort of just a minor issue, or it could be like an inherent flaw with the design itself. Because I mean, their jaws are kind of. I mean, some of them had like kind of a goofy like jaws that didn't really close all the way themselves. So I don't know. I personally don't mind.
I don't
can
mind
live
it
without
either.
it. Yeah.
It's a good figure. Like it's
It
very
is.
loosey in some spots, but I don't mind that. Also,
Yeah.
I didn't realize how freaking skinny the V-Rex is.
They're kind of, in relatively speaking, they do look kind of emaciated, and I think that kind of just makes sense. They are they are these big apex predatory animals, but like they're living in such a harsh and ever-changing environment that like starvation is just a constant in life.
Yeah.
So
Like, if you actually read the the book that they come with this from based on the movie or based on an entry from the movie,
I didn't get to read the book, but I have like read and like looked into like various excerpts about it, and so it kind of just makes sense that they're they're all just malnourished because life sucks. Okay, all right, hold on a second.
Yeah. Yes, chat. I am talking about a V-Rex figure I bought and got this week. It's actually pretty decently well articulated. It's pretty good. Though I don't like how flimsy the tail is, but that's a moot point. That's a moot point. Just wasted 10 seconds of your life. Yeah, I'm just sitting here in BC by myself. Me crack on, and I don't care. I generally hope everyone. Anyways, how is everyone on this fine Friday night? Is everyone enjoying themselves? Is everyone relaxing? Do you got yourself a spot of tea? Do you got something to eat? Enjoy. I hope everyone is like enjoying Growl's built the Gundam on stream. That was actually pretty fast. I didn't realize how fast it was going to be. It was so invigorating.
Alrighty. Alright, I have return chat. Okay. I also got some food. I made myself a little bit of pork roast with some Cajun seasoning and some barbecue sauce. AKA, I don't got that much food left.
You don't have much food left? Go get yourself some food.
Well, me and my stepdad are moving here soon, so we don't have a whole lot of food in the fridge.
Understandable. Have a great day.
Okay. So, now we are gonna move on to... Also, hi Stego, how are you doing?
Oh, it's the Stego leaf.
It is the Stego leaf. It's my favorite Irish YouTuber.
He's Irish?
Oh, he's Scottish.
I'm back.
I hope you're making a joke, or I feel stupid for saying that. Also, so sorry, Hollow, since you're just now back. I didn't realize that the V-Rex had a flattened tip to their tail.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Hang on real quick. Let me give Stego a shout out. If you guys haven't been following Stego, please go follow Stego. Stego's a cool fucking dude. Like, I give him shit, but like, the dude's actually pretty fucking cool.
However, the dangle with some of these parts a little bit so you can get them to loosen up.
Anyway, what were we saying about the Vistado?
So I just got the figure, the Vistado figure.
The Namu?
The Namu one, yeah.
Yep. And there's some bits here I did not realize until I actually got access to the model. For example, the V-Rex is incredibly thin.
Yep.
It has a large.
It actually has a waist.
Oh no! So what I mean by thin is like, so you know how most dinosaurs, when you look at them from the top, they tend to be like somewhat
round,
skinnier,
Mm-hmm.
Except for Rex. Rex is more barrel shaped. So when I got this, I thought when looking at the V-Rex, it'd be like a Rex and be a barrel, but no, it is very thin.
Flat.
It's like flat, not like skinny.
Yeah,
but flat.
Right.
It's a rectangle.
Actually, wait. Also, Hollow, let me fix this little mistake here real quick. I got a mistake here. Hang on. Give me a second here. There you go, Hollow. Now you're a VIP.
What? I got a rock?
He's got a rock!
You got a rock.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Hollow would make a great monster hunter, like monster from Monster Hunter by the look of his design.
I mean, I am. Have you seen me? They put fire on me.
I like that with Monster Hunter. It's like, how can we make this octopus, different from other octopi? Set it on fire.
So, okay, I have a reoccurring joke with the new Udra, which is the fire octopus, for those who don't know. A few weeks ago, Red Claw was streaming his final, I guess his final, like, fight of Monster Hunter World with Fatalis. big super evil fire dragon of Doom. I was there to help out a lot. For the first like 5 or 6 times I was there to help do the hunt, Fatalis killed me first.
Wait, did you not do the tactic?
Oh no, we did. It's just like
Okay.
Eventually, like as the fight progresses, I would be the first one to die, the first one to get carted out. So
before Wild started, I wanted to see if I could solo Fatalis before the end. You know how many tries it took me to do that?
Oh, don't mind me, I'm just eating real quick and let me
20.
the dog in case she's whining.
Cool.
I fought Fatalis 20 times before I could solo him.
Oof.
And it was fun. I'm not gonna lie, because Vitalis will be the pinnacle of the final monster you face in like any Monster Hunter game, which was amazing to finally face him in the stage like that, because Vitalis hasn't really been part of the main series Monster Hunter for the longest time. And it was nice
to see him
to
actually like arrive
and to learn a little bit more.
Excuse me.
To learn a little bit more about the lore of like the Shrade region, because Shrade region is where most of the Westlands are part of.
Yeah.
So to learn a little bit more about like this entire like world, more about it was kind of cool.
Yeah, no, it's very fascinating, the whole thing. But basically, because I was constantly getting just incinerated by Fatalis, I just came up with the joke of like the reveal of the new Udra. It's like, what is it? It's me. I have adapted. I have evolved. You can't kill me if I am also on fire.
Well, the thing is, I think you're more akin to Zulu.
Yeah, like I guess in that perspective, yeah, it was freaking big teeth, weird, gooply shape.
So that's actually not the bottom and the top part are its teeth.
Okay.
But the little thing in front of its head is actually a sensor.
Wait, what is?
Yeah, I was talking about like the top of its head, like the big freaking pseudo turban, I suppose.
Wait, the Zudu?
Yeah, Zuhu.
The Zuhu.
The thing, yes, the creature.
The power of voodoo, Yudu.
I love Zudu's design. It was actually very cool that they brought in such a unique monster. And so many people were like, oh, so they're going to only add one cephalopod. They have to add another one. That has to be another. They have to add one. They can't just make one new skeleton and not make it the other one. And they bloody did. And it's a monster that feeds upon the Guardians. Okay? That was cool.
Let me see here.
Oh.
Actually, you know what? No, I'm just like looking at the instructions for the ball, and also because my husky is also getting very, very needy.
May I want to call it?
Probably, because I'm looking at the instructions and I realized like there were things like I had to snip off like little pieces of red cable and wiring, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, this might require more time.
Yeah, my husky's getting kind of needy. Because he keeps like smacking the box away.
No, now.
He's like, no. And Jay, you know what it's like because you have a husky.
Oh, yeah, but mine's not an inside husky because he doesn't like to come inside at all. We don't know why. He refuses to come inside at all. So we're kind of like, I don't have to deal with the same things you have to deal with.
Yeah, because my husky, he's very, very needy. Which is funny because he goes outside. Like, he has no problem going outside. It's just like he is a 3-year-old husky. So he's
still a little teenager.
So he still has like a little bit of puppy still in him.
Yep.
Not much. You know what? Actually,
yep. My husky's about almost 7 years old, so
yeah. So mine is still very much like a puppy.
Yeah, so I can understand why yours might be having like that, that trouble, like being like that. So
adolescence.
Yeah, because he's just like, pet me, please, pet me. I require attention.
I acquire thy attention, father. Pet me or die.
Or I will start annoying you by booping you. Actually, let me see here. We'll build a little bit of it. Yeah. And I also think it's probably because he also smells the pork roast still in here. Alright. So, now we're gonna build the ball. Not gonna build all of it, I can tell you that much. We're gonna need... Actually, let me move all the stuff from the Barbie. Which I still love the fact that that's the colloquial, like, short term for the Barbados is the Barbie.
The Barbie.
Yet again, I'm gonna say it. Every time you guys call it the Barbie, I immediately think of a pink Gundam with a little blonde, like a little like skinny blonde girl being like, "Hello, my name is Barbie, and this is my Dream Palace Barbie Gundam."
You know, the funny thing is, like, you say that as a joke, but there is a pink Gundam.
I know. I figured there is. I was just morally making a joke about the Barbie stuff.
Because, whatchamacallit, there's also a pink Zaku. There's also a pop concert version of a Zaku.
There's also a pink Gypsaros. No, that's a purple Gypsaros. My bad.
Gypro these nuts in your mouth.
Ha! Got him.
Let's see here. There we
Hey,
go.
Grario, you ever heard of the Pokemon called Ligma?
Yeah, like my balls.
It's better than Suckma.
Slug my balls.
Who the fuck is Steve Jobs?
It's so sad that Steve Jobs died of Ligma. Who the fuck is Steve Jobs? Ligma balls. Yeah, I know there's a real great Zaku, but I don't like that one because the hands. The hands need to just need to die. And they need to die a horrible death. I don't know what is up with the plastic with this one. It feels weird. It's not a knockoff, but it's like overly glossy. Like, look at that. That's like really, really, really glossy plastic. I don't.
Yeah, I see it.
I don't like that.
That's just too shiny of a plastic. I'm sorry. That's gonna get dirty way too fast.
Well, and the thing is, like, it's not even gonna see the light of day because I'm just gonna put like the parts over it. So it's not like it's going to be, gonna be out in the open collecting dust.
Yeah, true.
So it's just weird that it's just that freaking glossy.
I know. Change the subject here. I want to ask Hollow's opinion on the new, recent released Spinosaurus for Hammond Collection.
The Hammond Collection?
The Hammond Spinosaurus?
Yep.
I can't wait.
I remember seeing, like, people, I guess, posting fake silhouettes of it, and I'm like, I hope that's not it, because the silhouettes I see of it have really weird proportions that do not look good, and I was kind of scared, and then they finally revealed it, and I'm like, oh, thank God. It's not horrible.
I'm actually surprised that it wasn't the JP3 Spinosaurus. Or, I'm sorry, not the JP3. The new one.
Because that would be too, well, actually no, that wouldn't be too much of a spoiler. I think, like, they already made like a JP3 Spino for like one of their main toy lines right now, but
yeah, the Legacy Collection, I actually have that.
But like the new Spino design, the new Spino Hammond Collection, I fucking love it.
Oh no, same here.
Like sure, I have the one gripe of like, why sail not have more blue? But I can live without, I suppose. But everything else is immaculate. I low key was hoping for like articulated fingers for like his claw grabby motions, but it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm just happy that we actually have it.
Because like there was a video on YouTube that somebody posted on their official YouTube page showing off that one and the Stegosaurus.
The Stegosaurus, it's okay.
It's too green.
It
is too green.
It is very green indeed.
It's too bright green. Okay, so I'm saying this as a person who has watched all of Jurassic Park and World.
You mean, oh no, the dinosaur VTuber has seen all of Jurassic Park.
Well, the thing is, I used to have an old Stego toy that had like accurate colors to the actual movie.
Yeah.
And it's always been like a dull green. So when I see any toy that does this really bright green, it gives me the ick because it makes me think that they don't actually want to produce that in that color anymore. And they're just trying to do, ooh, bright colors. Let's draw in more people with bright colors. No, that's terrible. And I really would do is probably do a repaint on it, but I'm terrible with repaints.
I would do the same. Like, genuinely, I would. I'm also pretty poo-poo at painting.
For this case of the Hammond Collection series, like, I just expect them to be at least fairly accurate to the dinosaur we saw in its respective media.
Yeah.
So if it was a certain color that we've seen in the film or whatever, then I expect it to be kind of like that.
No, I mean, I agree.
Yeah. Which is probably why I'm, like, kind of meh about, like, the Spinosaurus not having more blue on their sail, because it just... I feel like that was kind of one of the eye-catching drawing features that kind of broke up.
The same thing, I kind of have the same problem with the Stego, I have the same problem with the Spino. It's too bright of colors. They're not saturated enough.
Yeah.
They're not saturated enough or too saturated?
They're too saturated, my bad. They're too saturated. They're not dull. And if you actually look at the concept art or the official art of the Spinosaurus...
I was going to say the Stegosaurus or the Spinosaurus?
They're both of them. They are both way too saturated of colors.
Oh, wait, I'm missing
because the red is too bright.
The bread.
On the Spino.
The bread is too bright.
The bread is too bright.
The red is too bright.
No, we're gonna go with the bread. It's like I'm sorry, no, it's just
okay.
The bread.
I see what you mean now.
I'm sorry, the bread is too bright. I want regular bread, not phosphorescence bread. All right, I'm done.
I see what you mean. The bread is too bright. Like it needs to be almost like, I guess, a burgundy color for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Like it needs to be duller overall.
Now,
if you actually look at the reason why I say this is because there is a really good artist that I follow a lot on like dinosaur artist.
Okay.
I'm grabbing the copy because they did bake it into the actual, like they made their version of a Spinosaurus from JP. But they use the actual colors you see in JP, and this is what I see every time I think of the JP Spinosaurus. Well, not the design, more of the coloration.
13.
I posted in Steam office.
Oh yeah, I seen that one. Yeah.
Oh, that's my favorite design. That's my favorite like new Spino design that somebody has made. I love it.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I remember people were like really, really upset about the new Spinosaurus design, and they were like, "Why can't we have this?"
And then you look at like the movie version of the Spinosaurus. I'm grabbing it right now.
Which, okay, don't get me wrong. I like the movie design. I think it's okay. The problem I have with it is the neck.
So this is the.
I thought we were talking about the new one.
No. This is the colors of the original Spinosaurus, And this
Yeah.
is why I don't like the coloration on the toy. Like I said, it's too saturated.
It is, yeah. No, I mean, you could always just paint it. Like, just...
Yeah,
You could.
but like I said, I'm terrible at repaints because I feel like I can't do it accurately enough.
I mean, like,
And it's very hard to find these colors too sometimes.
I mean, it's not hard. I mean, looking at the paint, it's not too hard.
Well,
You could... I would say maybe if you want to... And again, if you want to, I would say maybe get Appleyard paint.
Maybe. I probably, if I do repaint it, I'm definitely going to use the actual official colors because those are, like I said, are too bright, as you can tell, hollow.
Well, and
Like, they're very saturated.
well, and I know. So there is a
Because they did great on.
Well, I was gonna say because like if you want to repaint it, I could point you to like a YouTube channel that does like Jurassic toy like repaints, and he does them really good.
Michael, I can't remember his name. I know who you're talking about.
I was thinking of like Collect Jurassic because he's usually.
Oh, I was good. I follow like Marco Paints, and then there's Jurassic Collection. Correct.
Jurassic Collection, yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I watch them, so I see what they do. Then the reason why I'm kind of complaining because I look at the Rex, and then I look at the Giga that were on my dresser right now, or my collection dresser.
Yeah.
I look at them and I say they did a really good job with the coloration on those two.
Yeah, because like say what you want about the Rex, the coloring not bad.
Yeah, it's true to what Rexy looks like, the actual coloring for Rexy.
Right.
Same with the Giga. Like they both look
Well,
like the
actually,
actual coloration of dinosaurs in those films.
let me actually pull because I actually custom painted my Giga.
Really?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, hang on, let me pull it out. I just made it dirtier because that's what it looked like in the movie. Let me grab it. Give me a second here, because I had to move everything in my closet whenever I moved.
While you do that, I'm gonna go put my dog away, or try to get him to put him away, but he's been like reluctant to go in his kennel. So.
Give me a second here. Ah, shit. Okay. Give me a second. I am unfucking all of this. I am unfucking all of this. There we go. Alright. Where is my... Here. Give me a second here. I'm helping find this. Here it is. Okay. Found it. Alright. Okay. I found it.
Hey.
I'll wait till Jake comes back. Because it's really not that like complex of a paint job that I did.
Yeah.
It's just it's literally just making it dirty.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of it just being dirty. But I actually kind of like how it turned out, though. Like, not gonna lie. Alright. Yeah, because probably just make the body. And then call it a day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm I'm not digging this glossy.
The glass eyes.
No, not the glass eyes.
The glossiness of the
Yeah, the plastic here. I'm wondering what year did this ball come out? Because this is a Kotoki. So yeah, this is a Kotoki model. So I'm wondering, when did this come out? Let me see here. What was the release date? This had to be like an early Kotoki.
Yeah.
Let's see, no glue. Hang on, let me see if it's on the instructions. Should say. 2004. Good
that
lord.
was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's about over 20 years ago. This model's 20 years old. Oh, sweet Jesus, this model's 20 years old. I didn't realize that Hajime Kotoki did Gundam models that long. My god. I feel old.
Welcome.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it here.
So I'm looking again at the
son of a
the Hammond Collection video from YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sail just does not have blue, period. I thought it was like a little bit, but no, it just doesn't. It's just the white, like, sort of detail highlight, I suppose, that the Spino has around its body.
Yeah, and that's and that's kind of like the thing that I don't like about it, is that it breaks up the monotony.
Yeah, it really is meant to help, like, break up everything and make it kind of stand out. It's an eye-catching feature.
I have to check too, because I have the not the Hammond Collection, the Legacy Collection Spinosaurus. I want to see if it has any blue on it. That is actually like one of my most rare JP figures that I have in my collection. And I am not proud about how I got it.
What are we talking about?
Did you scalp them?
I did. Look, in my defense, they were very, very hard to find.
That is true.
Like, Legacy Collection Spinosaurs were, like, notoriously... They were infamous at the time of just being a pain in the ass to get a hold of, just because Target didn't stock them well.
Oh, yeah.
So I did have to pay a scalper for that one, and like I said, I'm not proud of it.
I was when I was little, there's two toys I always would remember. Is the very first Jurassic Park T-Rex toy.
I have that. I actually have that.
Which was a solid red Jurassic Park.
Yeah. You know what's okay? Do you know what's really cool about that toy?
Yeah.
It is directly based off of the
on
maquette.
The books.
No, it's based off the maquette.
Oh.
It is based off of Rexy's maquette.
I figured, because it does look like when I was so I'm a big fan of this because I watched Tibbet.
Also, I just wanted to show you the Giga that I did.
Oh yeah, sorry, I had to go put my dog away.
No, you're fine.
He actually went into his kennel tonight, so I'm happy.
There you go.
But I forgot that I didn't have any treats with me at the time.
That is my Giga.
Though you probably could have done some like powdering on it to dull out some of the.
I could have. It was just a quick little paint job, just to kind of like dirty it up a little bit, and then I even painted the inside of the mouth. Could have done a little bit better.
Yeah, because of that plastic right there, that like rubber plastic, it's gonna start cracking up a lot.
That's impossible for me to like paint properly, but no, like I'm actually quite proud about how the mouth turned out.
Yeah.
And all this is Pink Horror, Citadel Pink Horror, and Blood Angel Red.
Oh, I'm kind of a fan of the color that they already used for the stuff, because that's actually more natural to how most animal mounts kind of look.
Yeah. Although I am actually very proud about my Ceratosaur.
The Ceratosaur.
So I painted the shit out of my Ceratosaur, and I'm actually like very, very happy how that turned out. Let me see if I can grab that real quick. Put this guy up.
I am gonna have to hop on out of here for the night.
Alright, Paul, thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah, I'll see you guys all later.
I'm probably gonna wrap it up here soon. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to show this off real quick too. So this here is my Hammond Collection Ceratosaur that I custom painted.
As much as I love Ceratosaurus, because it is one of my favorite Jurassic carnivores, I just don't like the JP Cerato.
I had to customize the face. So when I got this, the teeth were actually like outside of the lips, and it looked very, very goofy.
Yeah, because they're because as much as people don't realize is the Cerato in Jurassic Park's teeth don't actually expose or inside the mouth.
Yeah, and so with
I
this,
say that, and I just realized that I rewatched the scene with the Ceratosaurus in the JP3 movie. It does have its exposed teeth.
Yeah, and so what I did with that paint job, I used a metric shit ton of Gilliman flesh, snakebite leather. So I used, I want to say I used a lot of the default browns that you get from the Warhammer 40k Leviathan box set. So I used snakebite leather, Gilliman flesh, Catachan flesh. I think skeleton horde for a little bit of this, and then the inside, once again, is pink horror and blood angel red.
I'm so half tempted to buy this fleet, buy the Tyranno here.
What for the paint?
No, the Warhammer figure.
Well, I know that's
You
what I'm saying.
have.
Like, I was gonna say for the for the paint.
No, just to have a figure of it.
Oh, of the Tyranid.
Yeah.
You can get them. Go to Joy Toy.
Oh, I got one right here on Bad Boy. Big Bad.
Yeah, Big Bad Toy Store is really good. I love that place.
Yeah, that's where I got my my V-Rex.
I got mine from Lana Time Shop. They do, and I'm not sponsored by them, but I just like shilling them out because they're really nice. So Lana Time Shop did like free delivery to the United States, and they kept me updated with the V-Rex as it was, being produced and everything. And same thing with my JP3 Raptors as well, because they were messaging like, hey, just to let you know that this is going to have an articulation point where it's going to chip off paint. Are you okay with that? If not, then we can cancel your order, and you don't have to pay us or anything. Like they were really like nice people to talk to.
Yeah, that sounds really cool, because sometimes a lot of figures have this issue where they have conflicting parts and they will often chip paint, which ruins a lot of the figures like coolness, or not coolness,
like paint scheme.
yeah, paint scheme.
Yeah, like a lot of it's like the articulation joints and all that, but yeah, no, like I would say, like if you want to get like Nanmu figures like that come straight out of China, I would say go to Lana Time Shop. totally will shop them again once the Indominus Rex is pre-ordered, like the pre-order window's open. I'm still kind of kicking myself for not slamming the pre-order button on the Spino.
Yeah, I figured that a lot of collectors were going to get it immediately.
Because, absolutely.
Let's be honest, it is like out of the big three, that is like the next one you want to get.
I'm actually quite surprised they waited this long. Like really though, I'm actually quite surprised. You would think that they would have done this a little while ago.
Yeah.
Hell, I'm actually surprised that they haven't done the Indominus yet.
Me too, because they did what's its name? The Giga First, which was just a recent addition.
Yeah, but I feel like the hybrids kind of are a little bit of a mixed bag. Like, some fans love them, some fans hate them. Me personally, I love them.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that Spinosaurus is about the same size as these two. If not, it's gonna look hella weird, like put next to them.
It is. Also, god damn, this stupid cockpit.
Because it was the same price as the Giga and the Rex.
What, $60?
Yeah.
I actually didn't know the Rex was 60.
I think the Rex was more expensive because it was the first one to come out. And it was made from a different plastic too, because if you feel them, they are definitely got a different type of plastic going for it.
True.
Yeah.
It was also like the first real big like carnivore of the line. And I still paid a scalper for it. I am not proud of that. Nor should I. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna... I have a feeling like if I just build the body, it's like, oh yeah, no, we're pretty much done because it's a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
My collection keeps getting bigger and bigger. I'm kind of waiting for the Genosaur to come in and my my Blade Liger.
I will say this: be careful with the feet of the Blade Liger.
Yeah, I was in VC when you were doing all that shit, so I know the problem.
Genosaur, no problems. Like
I figure it was not gonna have the same problem as the Blade Liger, since the Blade Liger looks like it had little like feet, and the Genosaur's entire foot plan, if I remember correctly, because I've been doing research on Zoids because I want to model my own.
Yeah, because you got like a Suchomimus.
Anyways, I noticed it has the same feet patterns as the normal like theropod-based planned Zoids.
What, the Genosaur?
The Genosaur, yeah. It doesn't have the D-legged, but it does have like its overall base of its foot is like really thick, so I'm assuming they have like ways to make sure it doesn't break like the Blade Liger, which has its little tiny feetsies.
Yeah, no, like in fact, actually, I could probably pull it right here, because I have like 3 Zoids on my desk, funny enough. So, the feet on this guy, really, really sturdy. Like, they won't... Like, really, really sturdy. You can move them all you want. Just be kind of careful with this little joint right there, because it is on the stiffer end. But nothing to worry about. Which is funny because, like, I know my friend Phobos, like, the Zoids guy doesn't have any of these. which I think is funny because he is the Zoids guy.
I was gonna join you guys last night, but I realized that I don't know Zoids as much as you guys do. I just know about them because I used to love playing the game, and I only collected the first couple of them.
Yeah, you should have joined in. You should join in. It would have been fun. It's like
and not to mention, I kind of follow Sir Phobos on TikTok, so.
Funny enough, I actually found Phobos on like I think it was Facebook. Like funny enough. Wait, which one is this? Like it says. Yeah, the plastic on this one is just weird. So like, okay, so some of these are not this weird glossy plastic, whereas like some are. And it's really weird. It has a weird texture to it because, again, it's all over the place. But I've always wanted a ball. I feel like if you're collecting Gunpla, this is kind of like one of the staple kits to have. Yeah, this is definitely one of the staple kits to have. Where are my little green dots?
So, the one things I really wish were cheaper were the SH Monster Art Monster Hunter figures.
I have mixed feelings about them.
I love some of them because one of them I love is Zinogre. Zinogre is like the best one out of the figures, but it's very sharp. I will admit.
I hear that one is better. The Rathalos
is bad. I will admit.
It's bad.
I hate the compound wing stuff. Like they have like segmented parts for the wings. That's one of my least favorite things about.
It's okay. That one's not bad because there are Godzilla.
That's just my opinion.
Well, yeah, no, like that's fine. And then it does come with like interchangeable parts where you can have a full wing, so it's not gappy. But the issues I have with it are like the ball joints for the wings. They're easily breakable.
Yeah, that's another issue I have with the SH Monster Art ones, because it does have those problems with a lot of their figures, is that they have parts that are like really breakable, could be easily broken.
Yeah, so mine, I was just fiddling with it. I was trying to pose it and see how the articulation works. Yeah, the ball joints broke.
Yep.
On my Rathalos.
So,
it broke. So now, because I have like epoxy on my Rathalos, is fully in the whole wings, like splayed out. Permanent.
Yeah. There was a figure that Monster Hunter released on their own that was really cool, and I wish I could have got it, but it was hella goddamn expensive.
Was it the Rathalos?
Yep, there was its own Rathalos figure.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I think Red's got it.
And it has better wings than the actual SH Monster Hunter one.
Yeah, I wanted to get that too, but it's also, yeah, like super fucking hella expensive, and I got other figures and model kits that I am like wanting to get, so that one has to take a backseat.
Hold on, right back.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up?
Son of a bitch, how the fuck? Okay, so there we go. Okay. There we go. Much better. Oh, wait. Duh. It's... Is... the wrong section. Ah! Ah, hang on. Let me take this off screen here, chat. Real quick. Son of a bitch. Okay. I hate these. I hate these little green pieces so much. Thinking about just chopping this and just shove it in there. In fact, and then let me get some super glue for this. Barbie's on top of it. There we go. There. Okay. Let me actually see here, because, like... yeah, there's really, like, not a whole lot of steps. Well, I mean, granted, Chad, this is also, like, a ball. So I'm not expecting, like, a whole lot of, like, a detail coming from, you know, a ball. So, let me see here real quick.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Hang on for a split second. Let me do something. Hang on, I'm just sending someone a message. And let me take a picture of this real quick, as my friend wants to see the Gundam that I made. Hang on for a second.
Oh, I was like, I don't. Are you still streaming? Because you were really quiet.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Also taking a hydration posture check. No, sorry, I'm just sending a picture to somebody.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, my friend who got me this Gundam. I'm sending a picture of it to her real quick to let her know, like, hey, I finished the Gundam. No, what I was saying though is that, like, there's really not a whole lot of instructions with this kit, but then again, also, it's a ball. So
It's a ball.
yeah, it's like there's not a whole lot going on, but also it's a ball.
Man,
So
I buy the
so
Digimon and Monster Hunter 20th anniversary thing?
say what now?
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at some stuff on Big Bad Toy Store. Not sponsored, but anyway.
Oh, the Monster Hunter stuff that's going on?
The Digimon Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I didn't get them. I need to see if my friend Momo might have gotten it, because she is like super big into Monster Hunter. I literally pre-ordered one of the Mituzune Gatling Fox collab kits for her. And also on my desk, I actually have a Monster Hunter VTuber collab kit.
Yeah,
Or no, not Monster Hunter, Zoids. There we go, Zoids.
You're talking about the one that
Fubuki, yeah.
The gun wolf.
Yeah, the Gatling Fox, yeah. The Fubuki Gatling Wolf.
I actually pre-ordered the Mitsune one.
That one, I'm really surprised.
I'm honestly, the main reason why is because, yes, I'm not a big fan of motorized Zoids, but that one was too good to pass up.
It's a really good one. So I'm really surprised that they actually went all out with that, because they've made individual, like, customizable, like, interchangeable specialized parts for it.
Mm-hmm.
Which they didn't do for like any of the other kits. They've just reused older Zoids Wild bits for them.
So they're releasing a Liger Zero Panzer high-end master model.
Yep, that one is actually really good. Surprise, I have all of the Liger Zero CAS armors.
Nice. But they're also just selling the armors themselves, just so people don't have to buy the model. They can just buy the armor.
Yeah, so like if you have like a Liger Zero, then you could just buy like Schneider, Jaeger, or Panzer. Which is good. I'm actually looking at getting the another Liger Zero for customization, because I really wanna customize it to make it look like the Liger Zero Soga. Because that is actually what we were supposed to get for Zoids Genesis.
Oh man, they finally put it up. They got more in stock after I bought mine from Gundam Store.
Which one?
Gina Store.
Yeah, sometimes it'd be like that.
Big Bad got more in.
Yeah, sometimes.
Or more of a supply.
I was gonna say, sometimes it's like that.
Yeah. Oh well.
I mean, what are you gonna do, though?
Yeah, we're gonna do. I'm happy for it, because when I was younger, Zoids were one of the few toys I wish I could have gotten more of, but never got the chance to get more of them.
I got a ton of them as a kid.
That's one thing I like. I like building things, so.
So in my collection, I actually have like quite a few rare ones outside of the Mad Thunder. So Ultrasauruses are actually quite hard to find. Now there's actually a mold difference between the Japanese and the English versions of the Ultrasaurus. So the original Japanese version of the 1999 model, well, I guess you could say all of them, even down to the 80s one, they were infamous for tipping over because their center of gravity was really kind of wonk. Because of, they have a long neck, but yet their chest is like narrow and short.
Yep.
So they went ahead and changed that with the Build, Customize, Mobilize line, where they actually expanded the chest. So now it has a more like bow-legged, like bulldog like stance. And what's interesting though is that so for both releases of the 1999 version of the Ultrasaurus, you can still see the original battery compartments from the 80s. So the 80s release of the Ultrasaurus had a battery compartment in the tail. And you can take that, and so in the newer kit, it's still there, but it's more of like a compartment where you can like store shit. Where now the battery compartment is in its gut. And it's actually the very first Zoid I ever customized too.
Hmm.
So
the one Zoid I wish I kept in perfect position was my Mastodon.
oh, the Elephander?
The Elephander, yeah.
Yeah, that one's a good one. I've been wanting to get in one of those for a hot while. Let's see here. B. And then there's Gunpla, which is like addictive as hell. Honestly, though, you know, I would love to have like a, you know, if I ever like, find a woman that's willing to put up with me, like, God bless her fucking soul.
I'm sure you'll find something, man.
Oh, I'm sure, but I'm just saying,
You're
like,
young.
I'm like in my early 30s.
So that's still young.
Young-ish. But no, like, if I ever find a girl that's...
Just because you reach hag station doesn't mean you can't find someone.
I'm hag maxing.
Yeah.
But no, like, if I find a girl that's like willing to put up with my ass, I'm not gonna lie, a dream date of mine would be go to the Gundam base. Like, honestly, that would be a dream date.
The thing is, when it comes down to it, just find someone with similar interests. You should be fine.
Oh, absolutely.
They probably appreciate that date a lot.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Also, speaking of Gundam, did you know that they're making like Hollywood's making a Gundam movie?
I kind of figured they would do one day.
Yeah, but it's Universal Century, and I don't think Hollywood is capable of doing the Universal Century. Let me see here. So, okay, so it's this one. Yeah, so I don't think they're capable of doing the Universal Century because there is a lot of like nuance. It's not just like Xeon bad, Earth Federation good.
I mean,
it's all
we already
about...
got a good understanding.
Huh?
Sorry.
What was that?
I was gonna say we already could understand how it might look with a Gundam in cinema, thanks to Ready Player One.
Well, yeah, that kind of like seeded everything. But no, what I was saying though is that like the whole point of like the Universal Century is like the horrors of war and, you know, the cost of it. Oh, hang on. There we go.
I think this is the longest stream we've had for a while.
I would say so, yeah. Oh, hang on, let me grab my little tablet that I use for Chibi.
Chibi.
Where is it? I can't find it. Oh well, we'll just use this one.
There's Chibi Girl right there.
Say what?
I saw Chibi Girl.
Yeah, wait, have you never seen Chibi Girl?
No, I seen Chibi Girl. That's what I'm saying. I saw the tab. You scrolled right past it.
Yeah. No, like, I need to like organize my models. But no, as I was saying though, is that like, I feel like, so I genuinely feel like Hollywood probably could not handle the Universal Century, or handle enough to do any form of actual justice. Well, because like the whole thing with like I said, the whole thing with the Universal Century is that it's all about the horrors of war and like the cost of like freedom and peace. And that there's a lot of like gray in war. It's not just one side good, one side bad. because what is it, like, the Earth Federation did a lot of harm as well as Xeon. It's just one, the power structures will descend into corruption. Yeah, basically, because like that was kind of like the whole thing with the Earth Federation, is that they are just as corrupt, if not more corrupt, than Xeon, but yet they're labeled as the good guys. Where Xeon, they look like World War II Germans for the most part, and they're seen as the bad guys, even though that their reasons are just, it's just the ways that they did it were not. Like gassing an entire colony and dropping it on Australia. And their only reaction was like, oops, my bad. Your Honor, Dozo Zabi would like to plead oopsie daisy. But I'm weary about it. Also, Jay, this actually wouldn't be the first time we've had a American Gundam movie.
I kind of figured that.
Well, we had one. It was called G-Savior, and no one likes to talk about it.
No one likes to talk about G-Savior.
We try to pretend G-Savior didn't exist. That is why you never see model kits of G-Savior.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Like, to my knowledge, they're really... Like, I feel like, to my knowledge, I think Bandai kind of went out of their way to kind of be like, this thing didn't exist. Like saying there is no G-Savior in Ba Sing Se. But I mean, who knows? Maybe, maybe this movie will be good. I mean, we have seen rare occasions of like anime/manga live action movies nowadays actually being pretty damn good. It's like, I'm looking at you, Battle Angel Alita. No, like honestly, like that movie was actually really fucking good.
Yeah. I love Battle Alita. I just wish they did not end it on a weird cliffhanger.
Yeah, I think they're supposed to make it a sequel. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I heard that they were supposed to make one, but they never did it because, well, it didn't do that great in the box office. So they
did
thought,
it?
You know what? Actually, don't know for sure.
Son of a bitch. Oh my god, stop fighting me.
Your dog?
No, these stupid little boosters. Yeah, these stupid little boosters are... They're constantly wanting to pop out. There. You know what's actually something I was kind of surprised Twitch was actually kind of laid off on?
What?
Simulcasting.
Oh, yeah.
Well, because like before you couldn't do it. You would actually get banned if you tried that. But also they had like weird rules where it's like you had to pay attention to the Twitch chat more often than the YouTube app. Then YouTube chat, it came off more of like a possessive ex-girlfriend than an actual company trying to lay down rules. Okay, there we go. Hang on, let me see if I can... God fucking damn it.
My friends keep using the same gift all the time. You know the one of the gift of the elephant throwing sand at a crocodile?
Yes.
And then saying like, fuck off, N-word?
Yeah.
So they replaced it with sucka.
Uh-huh.
So they just been going, fuck off, sucka.
There we go. We got a ball. It's like there's not much to it. It's just a ball. I mean, shoot, might as well just do the whole fucking thing at this point. It's because, like, I have gone on a little bit, though. Like, I have gone on, you know, I think, what, 6 hours? I mean, like, it is a Friday, so.
Yeah, it's about almost 5 hours.
Yeah, so, I mean, like, it is, I mean, like, it is a Friday, so, I mean.
Speaking of which, since we were talking about Monster Hunter here for a bit ago, did you try the update yet?
No, I've been doing this.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You fought Soshia, right? In like normal Soshia.
Which one's that?
It's the
the angel?
artificial dragon.
Yeah, the angel. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay.
High rank Soshia is a total different beast.
Oh no.
It actually feels like a threat this time.
Yeah, that was okay. So that's actually one of the things I had a problem with the story, is that Tsushia, at least the one that I fought, it felt too easy. You know, it just felt too easy. Like, I didn't feel like it was too challenging.
Yeah,
So,
like the low rank one, like the one you face in the story, feels so weak.
it really
didn't feel like
did.
I find- But God, I faced it today, and oh my God,
Is it that bad?
felt like an actual challenge because it hits harder, it hits faster, and it just does chain attacks more.
Oh, those are. Oh, I love chain attacks. Those are always fun. It doesn't get on my fucking nerves. All right, we're gonna paint the canopy.
And not to mention, it does feel like a little bit more like what it was designed around, which is an elder dragon.
Right. Also,
It
don't.
is terrifying.
Also, don't mind me. I'm just rattling my pen here for a little bit.
Also, I faced Mitsune today.
Oh, Mitsuzune?
Yeah, Mitsune. And I will honestly tell you, big upgrade. Big upgrade.
I like Mitsuzune. Like, I always love that fight.
Yeah, so the cool thing about this Mitsune is that it combines all the other Mitsunes from past games, such as the Soul Seeker's Mitsune, which was a deviant from, like, I think Ultimate.
Oh, a subspecies?
And yeah, well, so there are things called deviants. Deviants were basically powerful versions of like already pre-existing monsters. Soul Seeker Mitsune was one of these deviants, and the reason why they're called deviants is because they had a run-in with hunters, and they got to the point where they just got too powerful for hunters to hunt.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And the cool thing about the Mitsune you fight in this title update is that it becomes a Soul Seeker Mitsune.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
And it is terrifyingly frightening fighting it, because it actually feels like it just got a major upgrade in the middle of the fight.
You said, wait, hold up. Is this free? Is this update free, or?
Yeah, it's free. So the title updates will always be free.
Ooh, I think I know what I'm gonna be doing after stream. Actually, no, I take it back. I know what I'm gonna be doing after stream.
Oh yeah, it's fun. You have to be HR 15 to hunt it though.
Oh, that's fine. I'm way past HR 15.
Okay, good. Because it is an enjoyable hunt, and it's fun, and its mechanic got a big boost with it being introduced to Wilds.
Oh my god, yes. I just like how we are just living in a world now where Capcom's like, okay, we heard that you wanted Leviathans, so here's a game where it's just like almost just like oops, all Leviathan.
Yeah. Well, it was a big plus when they were like they brought him back in Rise, because they did bring him back in the Rise. They brought back the Leviathans with that game, and people actually enjoyed them. And then all of a sudden we go to now Wilds, and they brought them back in a whole new capacity, because they not only introduced like 3 new Leviathans, such as like Uthduna, there's Balahara, and then Jindahad are 3 new Leviathans. And now they're bringing back the major ones that have been in the series for the longest time, like, and the one who kicked off. Yeah, Lagiacrus is one of the biggest returning ones, because people have been wanting to see Lagiacrus in a new Monster Hunter game for the longest time, but there have been no ways to truly bring him back, because he has such a unique. He was developed in a way. Hold on. They were developed in a way that his entire thing was the swimming underwater thing. That was the biggest thing for Lagiacrus. That was the reason why his own game was so important about it. And it's been hard to bring him back, because there's no true way to bring it back without bringing the mechanic back. But with the expansion of Wilds, they brought forth the idea that Leviathans you don't need to fight a Leviathan in the water. They can just use the water to escape.
Yeah.
And thus, thanks to Uthduna essentially bringing back the idea, like big Leviathans, we now have the ability to bring back Lagiacrus.
Yeah, because I know originally it was supposed to be in world, but they just couldn't figure out how to put it in there.
Yeah.
Which I think Capcom are a bunch of cowards.
No, the reason why they couldn't bring it back was because the skeleton wasn't working right with the engine.
You know what? Actually, what I'm thinking about doing, like, I want to hunt like one of the monkey monsters.
Which one? There's
any of them. Any of them.
Congalala, Bengala.
Oh no! Like literally any of them, because I want to play. We Are All Harambe.
We're all Harambe.
We're all Harambe, all Harambe. Yes, we are all Harambe. Can you believe that happened nearly a decade ago?
Yeah.
I try not to think about it. It's like, I try not to think about it because that makes me sad.
I feel so sad for Harambe, but I understand why they had to do it.
Yeah.
Especially when you see the reason why a lot of people are so adamant about letting people so close to the animal enclosures is because if this becomes a common occurrence, animals will start not fearing humans. Granted, they don't really, and that's a big problem, especially if you want to bring back into the wild. The problem with zoo animals is that they've been heavily domesticated. Well, not domesticated,
they've been they've been around people too much.
Yeah, and then they when they go back, if there's a chance for them to go back into the wild, there is a chance they do go back to the wild after a while. But it comes down to it, they are so
used to people,
entwined in human
that they can't.
They're so used to people
that the animals can't animal.
Yeah.
And so now they're just basically just house pets that can, kind of kill you and possibly eat you. Now I have We Are All Harambe stuck in my head. We are all Harambe, all
I don't know why.
Harambe.
Every time I think of Harambe, I also think of Planet of the Apes.
Do you think they look up? Do you think Do you think they look up to Harambe?
I mean, it's possible due to the fact that most primates are kind of like almost as intelligent as humans.
Oh no. I'm just thinking like in a scenario of like Planet of the Apes, right? Do you think?
Oh.
Do you think that they would look at Harambe? It's like some kind of like figurehead to like, not worship.
Well, like Malcolm X or something.
Yeah, maybe. Like a Malcolm X of
possibility.
Like Malcolm X of like monkeys.
I mean, if they understood, like, if the Planet of the Apes had like the capability of accessing like any past media, maybe.
Do you think that's what they would be chanting? It's like, oh, we are all Harambe.
We are Caesar. A possibility. You never know.
I just wanna be a fly. Almost like a little monkey's like, Papa, where did you get my name from? I named you after Harambe. Who's Harambe?
One of the greatest apes ever.
One of the greatest martyrs of our species. And after he died, the humans started to pull their dicks out for him. Why would the humans do that? I don't know. Humans seem to be pulling their dicks out for everything. But you know what though? They could have saved Harambe. You know why?
Why?
Because they could have used Gorilla Glue to fix him.
Fuck you. That should have made me laugh.
A little dark humor goes a long way.
Very much so.
It's like, take him to the vet. It's like, hey doctor, we have to save Harambe. Someone get the Gorilla Glue.
So, if we truly are going to look at like society as it is right now, I could see so many people like looking at Harambe from our point of perspective. Like, think of this: archaeologists will one day look at all these records and be like, "Who was Harambe? Harambe was one of the biggest influencer in the community, like influences society."
Obviously, because men were pulling their dicks out for him.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm still gonna sit there and say that, like, oh yes, the male humans were pulling their dicks out for this thing, this Harambe. Why did it have to happen? A child led astray down into Harambe's cage. Oh, I actually found the little copper wire to go with the Barbados.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's supposed to. So it has like a giant harpoon slash anchor that it shoots out from its back and it looks like a tail. And it dropped like 2 little pieces. Hang on, let me find my phone real quick. Or my big fat ass might be sitting on them. Yep. Well, sitting on one of them. Now, where's the other one? Just like for Harambe, I'm pulling this out. Oh, there it is.
Also, I see the little box Rex you have.
Yeah, my friend got me that one.
Yeah, you said it yesterday, and I was like, I'm gonna mess around with this.
Yeah, I even like panel lined it and made it a little pretty for her. She also got me the Barbados.
Nice.
I was kind of spoiled that weekend, if I'm gonna be honest. So it's telling me that these. So it's telling me that this is gonna go up. How the hell do you do this? Okay, so it's gonna go in like. Oh wait, hang on. Let me actually do something. Oh, maybe I should put on these little brackets first before I start, putting this shit together. That might also help too. It's like, read the instructions, stupid. You know what I was actually thinking? I was thinking about the Peter Jackson King Kong movie. Do you think when Kong died, do you think they all started pulling their dicks out for Kong? In solidarity.
Oh, they probably look at a giant monkey and be like, I'm out.
Like, it was Beauty who killed the beast. Dicks out for Kong. We are all King Kong, all King Kong. Yes, we are all King Kong. We're all King Kong. All right, I'll stop.
No, we can continue.
I've been going on long enough. I think I'm getting a little stir crazy.
Yes. Squirrel, I'm not even here. I'm a figment of your imagination.
Oh, that's fine. It wouldn't be the first time I've been talking to myself in in-depth conversations.
Is that right, Chad? I'm not here. He's just imagining me right now.
I mean, probably. Like I said, it wouldn't be the first time that I've been talking to myself in in-depth conversation.
Probably, yes.
I mean, honestly, I've always been told that if you do that, it's like the sign of like an intelligence.
Yeah, so psychologically, that is a sign of intelligence because the only person you seem to have can only keep up with your intellect is probably yourself. And talking to yourself often means that your mind is not quiet at all.
Does that mean like the local crackhead who talks to himself is also intelligent?
No, that just means their mind is constantly active and they're probably having issues. I don't exist. Reality is just a figment of someone else's creation.
Is this like H.P. Lovecraft, where we're all just like the construct of a mad idiot god that if he wakes up, all existence as we know it ceases to exist?
I go based on the theory that we are technically an experiment created.
God, that actually went pretty deep. That went a little deep. I'm not gonna lie.
So I have this I'm agnostic, so I believe in there's no such thing as I believe in all truths, and I don't discredit anyone else's. And
okay.
My belief is if there is a god of some sort, I believe it's more that we are an experiment to him.
What if it's the flying spaghetti monster?
That we are just.
What if pasta?
We are just a.
What if pasta?
We are just a petri dish. We're just a petri dish of different test subjects being he made a test subject and all he's doing is just testing how his theory is conducting.
I'm under the assumption that we're all just an experiment of the flying spaghetti monster. Maybe Pastafarian is the true religion. Oh my god. We've cracked the code. The Illuminati was right. It's Pastafarian. I've been streaming way too long.
I mean, understandable.
I like how I'm slowly starting to lose my fucking mind while there's happy smooth jazz playing in the background. While I'm just slowly losing my sanity more and more and more.
I'm just listening to a bunch of random pop. It started with Akon, now it's going to like random stuff like like Miley Cyrus and Beyonce and them.
Wait, what? Hold up, wait, what?
I'm like I said, I'm listening to a bunch of random songs. At first, it was just listening to a playlist of Akon.
Akon, I see you creeping, I can see you from my shadow. Yeah, I remember that. Like, fucking smack that.
Speaking of singing, you know Barry, right?
Yes, I do know of the Barry.
So he made a comment stating that I might make a good Zeus from the Epic musical.
I still need to listen to it.
And I told him I can't hit that octave. So I'm tempted to make a cover, but I'm also gotta get a better mic.
A better mic?
Yeah. Or find a place where I can actually like help out with the audio a little bit.
Oh my god, that's still stuck in my head. Just sitting here thinking like, we are all Harambe. Yes, we are all Harambe. I'm losing my mind. Like I said, honestly, shit, I might as well just fucking build this thing because, like, it's a ball. It's a ball. Or, yeah, it's not that complicated. Wait, hold on for a second.
Our mind is a conundrum, and we do stupid shit all the time.
We do. I'm just there going like, I'm fucking insane.
I am slowly hating that the Studio Ghibli AI art shit has been.
Is that what that is?
Yep.
I mean, honestly, some of it doesn't look too bad, but like, yeah.
The issue is not that it looks bad. The issue is that they are not taking the time to learn how to do this on their own.
True.
And just using a generative AI system just to do this stuff is the part where a lot of artists are getting pissed off at.
No, like that I can understand. Especially if you're using like Studio fucking Ghibli of all things to push your nonsense. Like, come on now. Have some class.
There's been going around with this thing is that people who complain about it, the people that use the generative AI are basically making pictures of people pregnant.
I mean, like, okay, making people pregnant, like pictures to make people pregnant is nothing fucking new on the internet.
Yeah, but with the Studio Ghibli style.
Okay, that's weird.
It's funny because it's like, I think of it the funny way. It's like basically they're doing the same thing artists used to do a while ago. It's like, I'm an artist. If you make me pissed off, I'll draw you pregnant.
Yeah, someone's gonna be like, joke's on you. I'm into that shit. That's always the thing. Like, whenever I have like friends that are artists and they do this kind of shit, I'm like, fucking do it. I don't care.
I'm half tempted. Honestly, half tempted to make a model of you and Red Claw and then doing a little tiny like song thing with Bye Bye by from the Mufasa movie.
Oh, the Lion King, or no, not the Lion King. Deadpool movie?
No, Mufasa. There's a song in there called Bye Bye, and it's made by this really, really scary lion. I'll show you the song.
I was gonna say I'd have to listen to it.
It's scary, and it's a really good villain song. I honestly will say that.
Okay, question: who would be the villain?
Red Claw, duh.
Oh, that makes sense. I was gonna say I don't know. I'd be the villain because I'm always antagonizing people.
Nah.
Bye bye. I don't know. I have to listen to it. Wait, hold on. No, it'll probably smack my VOD. Honestly, though, with the Mufasa movie, it's like, who wanted this?
See, it's pretty good.
Is the Mufasa movie any good?
It is actually really good. Much better than the live-action Lion King movie, but I think it's due to the fact that the Lion King movie was more like based around already a pre-existing story that like
it's
we already seen it it's already been told, and it's already been like we already expected what's going to happen. With the Mufasa movie, it's different. It actually felt like a really fleshed out story. It told it really well, and how they portrayed all the characters in it.
Huh, okay.
Yeah, it's good. I will say it was good. I was actually thought it was gonna be bad. I watched it like a couple weeks ago, and I was like,
you're like,
wow.
You're just like, I get it now.
Yeah, it's good.
No, I was making the Danny DeVito joke.
Yeah, I get it now.
It's like I get it.
So yeah, it was pretty good. If I had to put it on a tier list of recently made Disney movies, I'd say it's up there with Maleficent.
I was gonna say, because like Maleficent is actually a really good Disney movie. Also, I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna sound heretical for like Disney movies. I did not think the live-action Alice in Wonderland movie was that good. I'm just gonna be straight up honest. I did not think it was that good.
Which movie?
The live-action Alice in Wonderland movie.
Oh, I absolutely hated it, but it was pretty good to a standpoint.
Also, hello, Silverfang. Yes, I do have a Berserk Fuhrer. It is... let me see here.
It's a good Berserk Fuhrer, too. It's the HM.
It is the HMM Berserk Fuhrer, yes. It is my favorite Zoid. And it used to be my favorite model kit.
I really hope they make a dino, like a Dark Spino.
That would be really, really cool, I'm not gonna lie.
Because that's a Zoid that I like. They only made the original like normal model for it, like the.
Yeah, they only made like the original model kit, and then that was kind of it. I mean, I think they were gonna technically use the Dark Spiner a little bit for what was going to be called the Bio Spino from the Zoids Generation line, but that never went anywhere. So, see, with the battle story, HMMs come in like Hornigs and Sally. I really hope I'm inspired, to be honest. Honestly, no, like the Dark Spider would be cool. I would like to see, if we're going by like battle story wise, I would love to see a Dimetrodon.
Oh yeah. Or the coolest one I actually like is the Suchomimus Zoid I have.
Yeah, the Gravity Sword.
Yeah, I want a new one of those, because the one I have now is so old and it's missing parts.
Maybe I should see here real quick.
I say missing parts. It's only missing one leg armor.
Well, hang on, let me see something actually. I'm looking this up. How much does it? Let's see here. So. Oh, it's actually not as bad as I thought. So, a used gravity sword. So, like, even like in the box, $20.
Yep. $20. Oh, yeah. I might get one because I look. See, the reason why I like it because I am a Suchomimus VTuber, so this is kind of like my favorite thing. If I could, though, I would probably make my own Zoid model.
So even like the Japanese release isn't like too terribly bad. So, okay, so the American release of the Gravity Soar, I'm looking at $54 with $17.85 shipping. That's the max I'm seeing. The Japanese release goes for about $52.49 with $17.85 shipping.
Let me see here.
That's not bad.
That's genuinely not bad. Or you can just do $125.25 for like free shipping. Which, again, not bad actually.
That is not bad. I could just get it from Etsy as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a fairly inexpensive Zoid.
Well, yeah, because it's not that expensive when it came out either.
No, it was a Hasbro original Zoid.
Yeah. I also got, I also got the Gravity Sykes. I keep forgetting I have that one too.
Yeah, the whole well, there was also another Gravity Zoid. It was going to be called the Gravity Rex, and it never did. It never got released. Only one prototype is said to exist of it, and it's in private collector hands.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Now, I have been told that there's somebody out there that's trying to recreate the Gravity Rex. Let's see here. The ripcord ones are fun. Yeah, because that was like the decade of like the Beyblades and all that.
Beyblades, gotta let them rip. I used to collect Beyblades as well.
I did too. I had like I had a few growing up, and the Beyblade I remember having the most fun with was it was like a model kit where it's like it had like a little dragon that you can kind of it came in like as a model kit, but it had like a Beyblade mode, and it was super cool. I used to play it in like the dragon mode rather than the Beyblade mode because, you know, it's a fucking dragon.
My favorite Beyblade was the one that had the wind up gearbox on the bottom.
I'm trying to remember what that one was. Wait, hang on. What?
It was from the original, like the first Beyblade season. They were just they were the ones that had like the plastic top mixed with the metal ring. And like all the other compartments under it.
Okay.
They were kind of outlawed in professional Beyblading due to the fact that they did kind of play unfair. Because what it did was, if you winded it up and it activated, it gave you back a boost of like rotation back.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So, I'm trying to remember what this one was called. I'm trying to remember. It was like a really cool. Here it is. I had this one. Oh wow, they go for a lot. Okay. Yeah, so it was called Hidden Spirits Hayate Dragon. Yeah, it's called Hayate Dragon.
Nice.
Yeah, so it basically came with like a Beyblade and a
Like a dragon model kit toy.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I used to have one too.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was actually one of the few like Beyblade I got for myself one time because it was really cool and I like model kits, so I like built it. This was back in my trend where I would buy model kits excessively because I also bought like Metabots.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I'm actually not a fan of Metabots.
I was in the back of the day. Kind of looking back at it now, it was kind of a weird obsession because they're not that like unique in terms of what they are.
Well, I know there's so there's someone in the community. They are really really big into Metabots. I personally, okay, I actually have like, I'm gonna be real. I barely have any memories of Metabots because I think at the time when it was on Fox Kids, I think it came on I want to say before Power Rangers came out.
Yeah, it did. It was early 2000s.
Yeah, so I think it was. I want to say it was Power Rangers Time Force. I think is what it was, and I remember Metabots because it would always air right as I got home from school, and I would always be like, I don't care. You are preventing me from watching Power Rangers. But I guess it has a following in Japan. It's got a pretty decent following.
There was like a lot of shows that Disney aired that had a big following in Japan, and they thought they tested out the waters in America a lot of times. There were some that did well, some that did terrible. It was all in perspective of what people liked. Metabots was one of those animes they brought over to the Americas because I think Hasbro or like some toy company wanted to sell some of the models here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really remember a whole lot about him, honestly. I think it was Power Rangers. It was either before Power Rangers or before Transformers Robots in Disguise. The 2001 version. Because I know now in Japan it's still going strong, and they just did a collab with Zoids, funny enough.
Which one?
Metabots.
Oh yeah, they're still running pretty strong in some cases. Though they no longer have the anime, but they still have like the Metabots. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Ooh, I didn't realize Transformers did a collab with Godzilla.
Yeah. It's not very good.
It's a Grimlock. It's a G1 Grimlock.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be Megatron.
Yeah, I know, but they used Grimlock's mold for it.
Yeah, it's not very good.
Yeah, I know. I just looked at it.
It is pretty damn lazy. Because so funny enough is like that particular Megatron, they're not even using Megatron's head.
Yeah, they're just using a different mold by the look of it.
It's Sludge. It's the Dinobot Sludge's head.
Yeah, I like I said, I see it. I'm just like, I noticed it was like, oh, that's definitely Grimlock with just a different paint scheme. I'm just looking at like Transformers figures because I want to see if I can find one that is like good.
There's a few. I'm also kind of biased in this situation, so I may not be the best.
Understandable. I tend to be a little like, I love Transformers, but the figures I'm not a big fan of because they tend to be blocky and stiff half the time.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes them a little annoying to deal with.
I mean,
the model kits are nice, but they tend to not be able to transform, which kind of ruins the purpose of having a transformer.
I mean, I could easily just give you, what is it, Saberback the Stegosaurus and call it a day. The Native American shaman Stegosaurus.
Yeah, I remember that when we had a conversation about that.
Yeah, it's like I was gonna say I could just give you that one and call it a day. I mean, you get like what? How many toys in one?
True.
I mean, you get like a flower, a Stegosaurus, and a cool robot.
Damn, I need to shave, or at least trim my beard and mustache.
Oh, there we go.
Though, the one thing I liked the most was the games. The games were always so cool.
Actually, yeah, I think I'll call it a night here. No, because
Oh, jeez.
No, because like I just like kind of ran out of steam.
Understandable. It is getting late where you are. It's like 10 my time. And it has to be about 11 your time.
It's 10.
It's a 10? Okay. So
Yeah,
we're gonna be the same
central.
time zone.
I'm central.
Okay, so yeah, you're
No,
at that
it's
point where
just I've been building two model kits for about going on 5 hours. Yeah, I'm kind of running out of steam. But yeah, so we managed to build a little bit of a ball. And we fully built the Lupus. Or the Lupus Rex. And I actually found the little black cable to go with it. So apparently it's supposed to have a black cable for the anchor. Let's see if I can pop it back in. There we go. There we go. Yeah, see, it's supposed to do that.
That's cool.
Yeah, in fact...
It has a bloody tail.
Well, yeah, it's called the Lupus Rex. I mean, it's pretty... I think they're trying to go with the whole animal, aesthetic.
Yeah, I know, no. I'm just like... But the problem is, it makes it look like it has a tiger tail, not an actual wolf tail.
Well, hang on real quick. Actually, before we go, let me paint these hands, these fingers.
I'm just listening to Akon right now.
Akon.
While looking at Transformer figures.
That is so... That right there is so, like, mid-2000s.
Yep. Carl, we're pretty much the same age. Of course it's gonna be like mid-2000s.
Oh, I know, but it's still pretty funny, though.
Yeah. Usually happens.
Yeah, so I am... Let me see here. Sorry, trapped in ads. The ball's looking good. I need to head out myself, but wanted to appreciate the VTuber, and I saw Phil's one enthusiast. Yeah, no. It's always nice to have like other like Zoid and like Gunpla enthusiasts as well. But yeah, if you like what you see, like make sure you hit that follow. If you hit that follow, and yeah, no, I would love to talk more about like Zoids and other nerdy shit as well. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm saying right now. I'm gone. Like, my battery's at 0. So, hang on, let me take you to just chatting real quick. Like I said, I am like 5 levels up. Just, I'm gone. Let me see here real quick.
Oh. That's not stats from my monitor.
There we go. Perfect. Okay, so let me see. Who do we want to raid tonight? Who is on that we can raid? Who is on that we can raid? Momo is streaming. But you know what? I kind of want to raid... Red Senshi, just something a little bit comfy and a little bit cozy. Because red is always pretty cozy. All right, so I will be back tomorrow. Probably. Well, hang on, let me see. What do I got tomorrow? Yeah, so I will be back tomorrow for Monster Hunter Wilds, and we'll probably finish up the ball.
Nothing.
So we'll finish up the ball tomorrow, and we'll play some Monster Hunter. So, Jay, you are also more than welcome to hang out as well. But let me go ahead and start the raid for Red Senshi. So let me see here. All right, everyone. I will catch you all later, and let's go say hi to Red, and I'll see you all tomorrow for some Monster Hunter and some Gunpla building.